Test it. Test us.
Madam President,
Thank you so much.
you ready to start?
Sure.
Okay. What do you have for us?
This is your meeting to,
It's not mine. You told me we weren't having it, so I didn't plan for this one.
okay, you have to call it.
When I got the agenda, there was nothing in there for this. Good evening, trustees. Do each of you have the documents related to the interim for the board attorney? You don't have them? Do you have them? Neither do I. That's why I'm surprised about all this. I apologize to each of you. I got a letter and I was told that this was canceled. That's why I'm late. And I don't have the documents for the interim either. So we're sitting here
We,
confused.
can I, there are no documents.
Please turn your microphone on.
There are no documents for an interim. That's what you're supposed to be working on, yes. The
Do you
process.
Michael, do you have that?
Everybody has it.
Jordan?
Well, Larry has it to hand out if you didn't receive it. But don't you send it out to everybody?
That's what Larry was planning on giving out the documents at the table.
You need to call the meeting to order, though.
What's
And
that?
then, you need to call the meeting to order, and then we can go ahead and go through the whole presentation again.
Do we have an agenda for this meeting? Because that wasn't given to me either.
Yeah, no, I might have, and I just brought my tag.
Larry, can you come to the table, please? Deandra, please come to the table, please.
Meeting is called to order. Larry, Deanne, can you give us some background?
Could you please address it to me so then I can tell them what I need to do?
Okay, put your microphone closer,
It's already on.
but speak closer to it, please.
I said, could you please give it to me so that I can instruct them on what needs to occur?
Is else what you need?
No, I just need you to hand the meeting to me. You
Okay.
handed it to Larry, who's not the person you're supposed to hand it to. That's all.
Okay, Dr. Beverly? You have a
Certainly.
report for us.
As we did in the subcommittee meetings, we went through the process of what we did for the permanent, and as I shared, you still have to come up with a process for the interim so that you all can have an interim and a permanent attorney at some point. And so if we need to go through that again, I'm going to ask Larry and Deandra to please go through what they went through during the subcommittee meetings, and hopefully that will spark us to know what we want to do for the interim. Thank you.
Good evening. So as received in the committee meeting, there is a packet that goes through the process for the procurement of the board attorney the last time a board attorney was selected. So the first form or the first part of the packet is the request for proposals. This was distributed in November of 2019, and if you go through the 11-page document, it starts out with the scope of services. You'll notice that this closely aligns with the board policy for the board attorney. It also talks about the schedule, where the proposals should be submitted, how they should be submitted, and then all of the requirements, such as that the vendor or the person or the firm applying would need to submit to the procurement office at the college. It also goes through the selection of a successful vendor and contract award. That can be found on page 6, invoicing and payment, termination, and additional terms and conditions. And then it also includes a conflict of interest and collusion disclosure on page 9, and an acknowledgement form as well. There additionally, on page 11, there's an appendix A that has a questionnaire, basically to state why this firm or a firm would be interested in being the board attorney and what would qualify them to do so. It also requests a position title, resume, bio, and highlights of the special expertise. Any questions, Dr. Beverly, on the RFP section? Before I move on to the
I
next.
do want to share, I think it went out in October.
Yes, I'm sorry, the deadline was November. Thank
Right.
you. Yes. All right, so in the last timeline, proposals were due on November 8th of 2019. That is on the front of the packet. The next step in the process was to, and this might be out of order, there was, I want you to skip the matrix. These were sent out on Bid for Michigan, and Larry, can you remind me what we use now?
It's a state site still, it's just been changed, but it's the same state site that open bids are posted to for the state.
Thank you. So these were emailed out and also posted on Bid for Michigan, so you'll see when it initially went out, and then also a reminder was sent out to those who were interested in applying and additional law firms. Once that deadline occurred, the board was able to work with the procurement team to come up with a matrix of evaluation. So how were they going to score all of the applications? And so I know it may be kind of small, but it is in the packet. Once that scoring process occurred, then they brought back the top 4 firms for a special meeting. But before that occurred, the board needed to decide what types of interviewing questions they wanted to ask of the firms that they were going to bring in. And so you'll see, and so to my knowledge, all of the board had an opportunity to participate in that process. If you look towards the back of the packet, what I did is I pulled the official meeting minutes from that special meeting so that you could see the official questions that were posed during that meeting. And then during that special meeting, when they did the interviewing, they did rate. You will see the rating sheet in there as well. So that would be page 251D, 251, I believe, E, and then 251F, so that you could see the scoring of those. And then also the discussion occurred, and you'll see that recorded in the minutes as well for that selection process. You'll also see the timeline for those interviews as a part of that special meeting. Is there anything else?
And it was reiterated that the importance of having the documentation when we select, since we are a public body, that if we were ever challenged, we could present this and be able to have the rationale and basis for the selection that was made. So extremely important, that part, that we continue to do that.
So this is how we went through the process. It was a 6-month process to get the permanent attorney. Since I've been here, we've never done a interim attorney. So at least you can hear, some of the process of what it was for the permanent. But I think you should discuss now what you would like to do to get an interim.
Mr. Raymond?
So, well, I guess I'm loud. So in the committee meeting, we actually, we had a discussion about this and about how to address the interim. We went through a full procurement process, and the last time, if you look on the back, you'll see that, Collins and Blaha had 721, Simon, Figura, and Parker had 712. So I'm wondering, because it's already been procured, and if we look at an interim, do we use this as a basis to, we inquire with them if they would be willing to come in during the process and do that, since it was already done? And we have their score, and actually, there was a very close vote specific to, who we go with. So the only complication might be is if they want to actually bid on the work as well. But it would be a way to go through this, having procurement already happened with this, and not have to reinvent the wheel with another procuring the services to procure the service, I guess. So,
Michael? Michael? I agree with that, and I would think that we would be able to, right now, we're talking about the interim wouldn't be able to apply for the job. If we eliminated that clause, then they would be able to apply, and they would be able to work as our interim in the meantime, if the board so decided to do that. What's your thought on that? So we've got a good candidate from this matrix, and you're suggesting we get them. But we had talked about not using the interim, allowing them to become our full-time attorney. But if we change our mind on that, I'm trying to feel you out for this, what your thought is.
So, I think that probably the way that we could deal with that issue is that they can consult on all things related to board business and activity, except for anything related to the procurement. So if they don't weigh in at all on matters associated with what we're doing to engage the long-term attorney, there should not technically be a conflict there. But I would take any thoughts from anyone else.
Let's feel out the rest of the board.
Let me ask a question that's pretty fundamental to this. Why do we need an interim attorney? I mean, we seem to have
Dr.
functioned
Beverly
for
and
100
Michael,
years without
since you
one,
were
so.
both here, and we have had legal issues that come up in the past. We need to have an attorney in case something should come up. So that's why we would do the interim. And we were told when we were given this document by Deandra that it took 6 months. It may take a lot less than that, but just in case we need an attorney, that's why we're looking at it.
I think we're getting the cart before the horse, that if normally when in the organizations in which I've been in, we sought an interim attorney when we had an issue. And we sought, that allowed us, for starters, to find an attorney that had experience in that specific issue. Okay, if you have an environmental matter that comes before the board, a general legal counsel may not be capable of dealing with that, or a Latin matter. So I would, for myself, I would say that I don't think, given that the college has appeared to function quite well for 100 years without an interim attorney for the board, that we concentrate our efforts on expediting the process of finding a full-time attorney.
Okay. I would like everybody else to have an opportunity to speak. Art, what's your thought on this?
Well, I think both these trustees came up with some good points, because we have it, excuse me, in our policy where, we do ask an attorney of, if there is a specialty needed. We don't expect our board attorney to be, the end-all, be-all. So if we were to, almost like an ad hoc attorney, then we can actually focus just on the procurement process for our board attorney. But Michael brought up good points as well, because, the vetting has been done on for granted, there's only a few of us that were on the board when this happened. But the questions are there, the ratings and stuff, and yeah, I'm like I said, it's kind of hard to know at this point.
So, Art, I think with you, you could go either way. Let's feel everybody else out, and then we'll go from where we want to move with this. Wendy?
I actually, both of you guys made a great point. I just, instead of kicking the can down the road and we're wasting time, I think we should just jump right in and find an attorney and not waste any more time.
Jeff?
Well, like everybody said, there's two good points. If the need for an attorney arises, we have a special meeting and then hash out how we're going to get an interim and just concentrate on the long term. Is that acceptable?
Well,
That's,
yeah, I think that's where we're headed,
yeah.
but we all need to speak on this. and
Well,
I'm-
that's my thoughts on it.
Okay, Michael?
Yeah, I mean, also, this isn't like an either-or. I mean, there can be a middle conversation here. I mean, we might need to have a legal kind of goalie, like, who is our go-to, so that at least we know, we don't have to all convene to say, okay, we're going to, have action to call, like, Simon Figura for the next meeting, but maybe we could just say, as something arises, then could they just be the go-to if something comes up, and then they can refer us, and we just figure out what their rates would be for, like looking at if it's bond-related or whatever, real estate. They can kind of connect us, or if it is their specialty, maybe they handle it, but we don't have to have, like, in the interim capacity, it doesn't need to be like every single meeting, the attorney has to be there seated with us either. So we can focus on finding the permanent attorney as well.
Yes, John?
I agree with that. That's a hybrid approach to that. The other thing in doing this is I think we have to be very careful about perceptions. That if you have a full-time interim attorney that's allowed to compete for the position of full-time attorney, it's hard to believe that we no longer have a level playing field.
Right.
Any other trustee?
Well, it was my understanding that an interim attorney wouldn't be in the running. That was my understanding.
Yes, but we've discussed about would we need to put one in, and would we need to forego that, not allowing them to compete. And so John has made a good point That's what we're doing now, trying to get everybody's opinions out there so we know where to go with this. Dr. Beverly, I think you had your hand up to speak.
I did. I just want to make sure the board understands that we've not had an interim attorney before, because as we went through the process, we had an attorney that we were paying month to month. And we had another attorney from another company or firm that actually helped to guide the process. So it kept you all, or kept the board in line legally.
Any other board comments at this time? Okay. Madam President?
Madam Chair,
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
do you want, we went through the RFP kind of fast.
Yes.
Do you want, when you say comments, we're talking about process now. Do you want to do comments on the RFP now or later?
Yes, but I wanted to make sure we tied this part up, so we knew where we were going, because I believe we have to do this at the regular meeting
No.
to make it official. But in case we had any other further questions, we were all on board. And now, are there any other questions before we go to what we're thinking about? Okay,
I have a couple of questions on the RFP.
yes, we're not going to focus on that.
Okay.
Okay, so, John, I think you've got some questions or comments on that, because you wanted to move to that.
Well, one is 3.4 talks to legal counsel shall not provide personal or legal assistance to individual board members, the president, or members of the staff unless specifically authorized to do so. And when I read that, that seems to speak to the future once the contract's in place. Okay, I would be also interested in finding out if someone applies, if they have represented a member of this board during, say, the previous 5 years. And do they still have do they have a retainer with them? And then the second question is one of distribution, is that how will once the RFPs, the board takes action on this, how will the RFP be distributed to the attorneys for them to look at this and decide whether they want to evaluate it?
John? Larry had answered that when he went through quickly, so I'm going to have him address that again for
Appreciate
us.
that. Thank you.
Please, Larry.
So these are all posted on Bid for Michigan, or the new website, whatever that is, the state website. We post those there. Also, if there are other attorneys that you would like us to send them to, we will do that as well. So the more outreach we can get, the more exposure to this, we welcome that. We always do with bids. And keep in mind, we did get just the method that we used back in 2019. We received, I believe, 14 or 13 bids back. So we got a good number of RFPs back to us.
John?
I would just hope in distribution that aside from the fact that probably ought to go to members of the bar in Michigan, that would be the only constraint that we put it out there through the Michigan
John,
Bar.
your microphone,
So
please.
we'd go through the Michigan Bar Association and get the widest distribution on this, because in this type of product, I'm more interested, to be candid, as long as they're qualified to practice law in Michigan, I'm more interested in experience wherever it comes from than I am in geographical constraints.
A comment, and then it's a question to Michael, because he was our chair the last time we did this. Michael, I remember that we were allowed to come in and go through the files. That's overly broad, file, but we were able to look at the qualifications of each one of the law firms. We didn't take it with us, but we were able to come in and go through that. And if you can add something, because, well, four of the trustees weren't here when we did this. Could you help me out there?
Yeah, just from the board perspective, how it was handled was, if you look at this RFP, a lot of this stuff is pretty much boilerplate. Do you have insurance, professional liability, stuff like that? Where the rubber hits the road for us is actually in the scope of service and then experience and qualification requirements. This is where we decide, like, what kind of services do we require, what experience do we expect from people? And then that was the more time-intensive upfront part of it, where we did decide that. And so that's something that ideally, I guess we do that, next month and looking at where we're going to be. We know that, with Pearl Center, we're going to be in construction, we're going to be doing real estate issues, so, when we look at the weighting, like when we score it, we might give people more experience points because they have the very defined work and activity that we want to see. There can be we can say, these are the core requirements. Like anyone who bids on this has to know X, Y, and Z. And then we can add additional layers. So really, when where we doctor this up is going to be around scope and experience. And then we can look at the scoring matrix as well. Everything else is just good practice. And so they respond, everyone, by this date submitted their packets. And then we came in and we were given review sheets and we went through all of the proposals. And it takes a little while, because imagine you're reviewing 14 packets that are this big. And sometimes they didn't always sequence the information that aligns with your scoring sheet. So you have to bounce around and wait a minute, I think I read that in this section. So that took time. Then once we all independently reviewed and scored the proposals. Then we came back together in a public forum, and then we actually provided all of the scores that we came up with individually, and we had it on a big projection screen. You could see how everybody's scores stacked up. And so that's literally the last pages you have are the ones that show all the ranking and scores. And then we can look up the cumulative score. And then we had conversation around it because, like I said, we had Collins and Blaha, and then Seaman, Figueroa, and Parker, and then which Collins and Blaha scored higher, but there were individuals on the board who thought, well, wait a minute, but we'd like to work with a local firm because they know that our community, they're connected. So really, that was the vote and how we actually decided on that. And so in the previous process, we were 100% in control of what happened. It was just with the assistance of the college that they were able to do the mechanics of this that I wouldn't feel comfortable trying to procure this as an individual. It's like just using the capacity of the college to launch the request for proposals, to gather the information, date stamp it, make sure that it comes in, or and they can keep the information and record of what went on. And so it actually did go really well. We were 100% in control of the process, but it was us working with the college to get the most proposals and the best proposals that we could.
The only thing I remember that Matt Norwood and I got kind of confused on some of the scoring, and Matt had articulated that at the meeting afterwards. Not so much at a meeting, but just in this general discussion. So that was the one thing we needed to make sure for the future. Art, you were there also. Do you have any recollections?
Not anything, I can't add anything to what Mike said. I mean, because he, as chair of the board, he was, the one who was most closely involved with it. And then, we went into the office, and I remember going through all of those packets, and that took a couple hours to read through all of those and individually score them. And then, I think it was the 4 highest that ended up getting interviewed. And we had set that number. How many would come in and actually get interviewed by the board based on the scores that we had, the cumulative scores that we had on everyone who had responded to the RFP. So it was clear cut. It was time consuming, and the process, did have to work its way through, but we didn't have to worry about the mechanics of it. Because that's not our expertise. We lay out what our expectation is, and then that's what's performed. So, but yeah.
Thank you. Yes, John?
Chairperson Everman, I have a couple of questions for Trustee Freeman and Reyes, if that's okay?
Let me ask.
Okay.
Is it okay if we do this in an informal?
Did you get all the proposals when you were?
I'm
Did
sorry.
you get all the responses, all the proposals that were submitted?
Yes.
Did you get them to evaluate?
Yes, they were all available for us to evaluate. Everyone that came in within the time, like, as long as they came in before the, what was it? It was like that date in November.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you have any of them that you cut before you started the process because they didn't meet the basic qualifications?
I think we saw everything that was
Okay.
provided to us. We just, I guess if they didn't meet that was one thing that the college can point out to us too. Like if they didn't carry required insurance or whatever, they would let us know to say, this was a requirement that's in the RFP. They did not meet that. So, yeah.
Now, that's an excellent point, because the way I would hope that it would go would be that, exactly that, the college would inform the board that, in fact, that one of them didn't meet the criteria that was there with regards to perhaps the level of insurance that they carry, and that the board then would make a decision, okay, what do we want to do with this?
Yeah, I do clearly remember even reviewing proposals that were incomplete. And so that definitely saved us some time in the scoring. But, we did have access to that, so we saw everything that came through.
And just as point of clarification, the four that we see here, there were more than that we originally looked at. It was just those are the final top four.
Yeah, there were 14, I believe,
Yeah, that you
that
said,
provided,
14 to
and then
14.
we ranked all of them, and so you could actually, but it was really the final four is where we focused on, because that was the discussion that we had. Because we weren't going to rank, it would have been a very long meeting to rank and review all 14.
Madam President?
I don't think this was laid out during the process as we went through it, but when we got to the top four, we did the reference checks on all of them for you and presented that to you as you went through the interviews.
Yeah.
So you had that before you.
Which is nice.
I
Any
mean,
other questions?
If you haven't done this before, you're absolutely right. This is a laborious process, and it is detail-oriented.
Michael, turn your
Yeah.
mic on.
I think people were, frankly, we wanted to control every part of that process, and so we as a board committed to, we're going to do the review, we're going to make the decision, but I think people were surprised with how much time it took.
I think a prudent process is exactly what you're suggesting, is that the board stay in the driver's seat, but we utilize the professional staff to assist us as we're going through.
Question to the board. John just made a comment. We use the professional services of the staff. We're all in agreement with doing that, correct? Okay. We're not voting on this yet, just so we have clarification, and in case anybody has a question that they want to ask, let's get it out there now.
I would be very favorable, like if we do decide to move forward with this, just the simple motion could be that we follow the exact same procurement procedure as we did the last time we did procurement. I think that might keep things nice and
Michael?
easy.
Let's go through that so we make sure Jordan gets it, so we get to the regular meeting. We've got it, and we can remember right where we're at. Follow the procedures. I want to make sure we have it exactly right. Procedures that we used last time. Jordan, do you have everything down okay? Okay.
At
Yes,
least the one thing that would make this easy for us as well is that we could take something which is already a template of what was done, and then we can focus on tweaking scope and qualification. And that way, all the other stuff, it just makes everybody's life faster and easier. So, because the meat is really sections 3 and 4.
Okay. The next part of this is the scope then. Do we want to do that right now? The scope of this? Use your microphone, Art.
You're referring to the scope of services?
Yes.
Okay.
Or do we need some time to consider that and reflect on exactly where the college is going and what we're going to need in the future?
I mean, does it make sense in the June meeting to, like, we can go back, make our notes on scope and qualification. We then, at the next meeting, we all come together with our thoughts and ideas, and then we can just whittle that down to whatever we mutually agree upon. I don't think it's going to take, I mean, the core business is really the core business. We're probably not going to have to tweak that much. But if we see anything that jumps out at us that we feel like should be phrased differently, or, then when we reconvene next month, then we can just come together, agree, and then we can put this to rest and then start the process to procure the services.
Madam President,
Could this be the retreat topic?
this is going to be part of the retreat product, topic, yes. Is there anything else regarding the scope? This gives everyone time to do some research, reflect on this, and we're all good with that. John? Everybody's nodding their head, but you were reading, so I want to make sure that you had heard me and that we're okay going that. Yes, Michael?
There are some tweaks we can talk about in the RFP, but in
Perfect.
general, yes.
Perfect.
And I believe, and I think we can probably all agree that our president asked us whether or not we wanted this on the retreat agenda. And-
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that would be great.
Madam President, is there any other portion of this that you would like to direct our attention to?
No, I don't think so. I'm going to look to Larry to see for procurement.
Yeah, no, I think that process that you have outlined is good. I guess I would just add a couple. Hello? Okay. A couple of things. One is, John, when you mentioned I wrote it down, Michigan Bar Association, I think Jody did send it there.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Jody's not with us anymore, but Jody's very thorough on those kind of things. So when you said that, that rang a bell for me. And then clearly, I mean, I'm not sure if you're the same process, I guess, as far as just getting the bids out to people. I can find out exactly where we sent them. And then you might want to add, if you want to add your own, I don't know. That would just be a difference in the process that I would see.
I guess I do have a question. sir.
Yes, Madam President.
Would you like to have an attorney that will be just hired to help you all to get through this process legally? That's what we've done,
What's-
that's what we did before.
Yes, I remember. Trustees, what is your
Yeah,
pleasure?
I have no problem with that.
I think it's good insurance.
Anything else, Madam President? Trustees, anything else regarding this topic at this time? Then we're adjourned till 7:30? We are adjourned till 7:30. Jordan, did you get all of that typed down? You've got your notes, I scribbled down notes. Do you need to Call the meeting to order. Those that are able, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Are there any additions to the agenda? Motion to adopt the agenda as it's written.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Celebrating employee and student success. Madam President?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to have Bermesia Parks and Kiara McLaurin to please come forward. Bermesia Parks is our Director of Student Success and Accountability, and she's also the Treasurer for the American Association for Women in Community Colleges, our own AAWCC chapter, and she has some great news. Thank you.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Beverly. It is an honor to represent the American Association for Women in Community Colleges as the MCC chapter's treasurer. AAWCC is the leading national organization that champions women and maximizes their potential at community colleges. This year, our chapter had several worthy candidates apply to the National Board Scholarship, which awards a $500 scholarship to one student per region. While many students competed for this scholarship, Kiara McLaurin stood out among the applicants in our region. Her story is like many who balance work and school to achieve their educational and career goals while overcoming obstacles. Kiara began her education here at Mott in fall 2020 and has maintained a 3.5 GPA while taking 20 credits her last term in the dental assisting program. She is also a STEM scholar. Her success coach, Jessica Bixel, writes in her recommendation letter that Kiara is bright and kind, confident, and that no setback will get in her way of achieving her goals. I'll now let Kiara share her story with you.
I'm going to start off with a thank you to the president, Dr. Beverly, for even allowing the college to gain this award. 6 years ago, Dr. Beverly created this chapter on the campus. She's also the first African-American female president of this here college. You're greatly appreciated. My name is Kiara McLaurin. I'm currently a dental assistant student here at Mott. I'm going to be transferring to U of M Flint to continue my studies of dentistry. My end goal is to become a dentist. I've always been interested in the dental field. There's nothing really particular that I like. I just like the whole experience. Unfortunately, my mom did pass a month to the day that I started my classes, but I didn't let that set me back. I kind of just dove right in and jumped right in because I knew at the back of my head that she wouldn't want me to sit there. So I just kind of dove right in. My first semester of the dental assisting, I took 18 credits. I completed that with a 3.5. This last semester was a little bit hard. I took 20 credits, but I still came out with high honors, and I'm a STEM scholar. I want to give a shout out to Jessica Bixel. She greatly encouraged me to apply to this scholarship, and she also sent in a great letter of recommendation. She's also helped me a tremendous amount of times throughout this whole semester. I will be using the funds to continue on funding things that are needed for my program, as I'm in an externship right now, so I'm kind of working in an office where I'm not really able to work a full-time or a part-time job at this moment. So the funds will help me to focus on my studies instead of focusing on the funds. I also want to give a shout out to the Board of Trustees for fostering educational and development opportunities for the women on their campus. You're greatly, greatly appreciated. And as well as giving another shout out to Jessica because she did go above and beyond this semester, helping me maintain my classes, making sure I stayed on the right track, and giving great words of encouragement. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam President?
So as we move forward, I know that I've just asked Jordan if he would please take a picture of them. I prefer with the board chair. I think that would be great.
Trustees, I would like you all to be in the picture, if you would be willing to do that with us. Thank you. Where do you want us to? Madam President? Madam President?
Yes.
Would you please join us?
I will. Thank you. So next we have AVP Matthews, who will be talking about the great opportunities that are happening in Youth Build, Teen CEO, and I think it's just those two, right? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Beverly, and good evening, trustees. Tonight, I have the pleasure of sharing some information with you. I'm joined by an all-star cast. I have Daphne Epps, Director of Youth Services, Autumn Scherzer, Director of Workforce Development, and Kathleen LaValliere, who is Associate Administrator in Workforce. And we do not have with us the other member of this team, Leanne Barkus, who is the Grant Development Specialist. This team secured for our college for the very first time a federal award through the U.S. Department of Labor titled Youth Build. Youth Build is not new to our community, but it is the first time that it has been awarded to our college. Youth Build is a program that allows young people a pre-apprenticeship opportunity in construction trades. And so they work on construction trades and academic skills at the same time. They do have an opportunity through the new model of Youth Build to do what is called Youth Build Plus, so we can expose them to also to careers in healthcare and information technology. We have a host of community partners, including Genesee, Shiawassee, and the Thumb Michigan Works, Habitat for Humanity, the Land Bank, Sywick Construction, a number of over 20 actually community partners and employer partners who will be joining us in this initiative. And so this award is a 3-year award, just shy of $1.5 million. And so we'd like to congratulate this team for the work that they've done to secure this. And so that's part of the good news. The other part of the good news is that we were also awarded a renewal of our Teen CEO initiative, which is an entrepreneurial camp for young people ages 14 through 18. They get to spend 7 weeks on our campus throughout the summer learning how to develop Business Ideas and Concepts. This is funded by the CS Mott Foundation, and those students who are successful, they actually do a little pitch competition, and those students are actually able to receive some seed money to try to start those businesses. So we were successful in that initiative as well this year. So wanted to share that and congratulate this team for the hard work that they've done.
And now, Mr. Matthews will give an overview of his recent trip to Washington, D.C. on May 1st through 3rd for the National Skills Coalition 2023 Skills Summit, where he was asked to be a guest speaker and was joined by other panelists from Harvard University, the New Jersey Department of Labor, and the Federal Reserve Board.
Thank you, Dr. Beverly. As Dr. Beverly shared, I had the opportunity to be a panelist at the National Skills Summit this year, hosted by the National Skills Coalition. The focus of our panel was on developing quality training programs that yield to good jobs. Great opportunity for myself and for the college to be represented. There were over 400 persons in attendance at the Skills Summit this year, and those who were in attendance also represented community-based organizations, community colleges, and a variety of organizations throughout the country.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that concludes this portion of the agenda, and we do have the lobbyist here to give a report.
Okay, so just before we go to that, would you please pass these down? And would you pass these? We have some good news. Dr. Beverly, will you make the introduction?
Becky, are you there?
Yes, I am, Dr. Beverly. Thank you very much.
Thank
Are you
you.
able to hear me okay?
We can hear you just fine, and I want you to know the chair just passed out the proposed operational increase for community colleges. So hopefully you'll speak to what that means for Mott.
Yes, so there is good news. When the legislature last week took up the the capital outlay budget, Mott Community College was included in that recommendation. That is a joint committee that has gone through the process. So I think that is excellent news because there were several of your colleagues that were not included. So we're really happy about that. Last Friday was the revenue estimating conference where all of the analysts get together and decide what the state budget for 2023 and 2024 will look like. And now that that is completed, the legislative leaders in the governor's office are now negotiating targets for each individual budget. The good news is that the state budget is pretty robust and we shouldn't see major cuts in any area. So that's good news for education, is that I do not believe you'll see cuts. But again, until we get those targets, which could come as early as late this week or next week, we'll have a better idea how those will look. We still believe that the legislature wants to complete the budget by mid to late June. And really they're on track to do that. I don't see any reason that they would not do that. So I think this report is all good news, frankly, because that is a huge success having our project included in the capital outlay budget. So thank you to everyone that did the many Zoom calls with legislators talking about the project. It's clearly paid off.
Thank you very much, Becky. Are there any questions, Mr. Chair?
Trustees, are there any questions for the lobbyist? I have a question. The capital outlay for the Parole Center, that has come out of committee yet?
Yes, that has. It was adopted out of committee last week.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
John, don't go away yet.
I'm Wade. The question I have is, what kind of impact are you seeing in Lansing as a result of the, I'll be kind and call it a discussion that's going on in Washington vis-a-vis the debt ceiling?
Yes, that's a good question. So it is a little concerning to hear conversations about clawing back some of the federal money that was provided to states as a result of COVID. And so Michigan still has some what's called ARPA dollars that they need to spend. It's not a significant amount, but I believe that the commitment from the governor as well as legislators is that they will include that in this budget that they plan to pass by the end of June. So they're being mindful that they need to spend those dollars down so that they don't, so that they're not clawed back by the federal government, should that be a part of the final agreement.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Rebecca.
Thank
One
you.
other comment. Art and Michael, you guys have been here long enough. We've never get that good of news where things are coming together for us like this. This is perfect. We're happy. Next on the agenda. Dr. Beverly?
Yes, we have a special presentation from the Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer, Michael Nowicki, and Project Administrator Krista Azar from IDS. They'll be talking about following up on what they've talked about in the subcommittee about the Prawl Center, and again, opening up for any questions.
Is the microphone on?
There we go. Is that better? Yes. Good evening. My name is Mike Nowicki with Integrated Design Solutions, and I'm here with Krista Azar. We are the college's architects and engineers, and as was just mentioned, the best project in the world that we're working on is the Prawl College Center, and we're here to give you a brief presentation, and we're so happy that there's positive news right ahead of us.
Yes.
We're here to give you a brief presentation and just a little bit of background on us, a brief update on where our process and where we're at with the project right now. We know there has been some previous presentations about the details of the project, so we weren't going to delve that deeply into that, but we wanted to give an overview, at least a status report, if you will. And we have some slides up there. Integrated Design Solutions, we've been the college's architects and engineers for a few years now. We are about 170 people, full-service architecture and engineering firm. We have architects, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, energy engineers, technology designers, and interior designers in our office. And education is our major market segment and our specialty, our educational facilities, K-12, community college, and university work. Next slide. You can see the multitude of services we provide, and we've had the pleasure of providing many of those services to Mott Community College these past many years. Higher education, as I mentioned, we do a ton of higher education. That's just a listing of many of the entities that we are currently working with throughout the state. Mott highlighted, of course, right there in the middle. And our history with Mott, we've done a variety of projects. Most recent major renovation is the Family Life Center just across the way from campus here. We've also did the work at the Southern Lakes Branch Center recently, and then we've done a variety of smaller infrastructure type jobs around the campuses, updating electrical systems, mechanical systems, architectural work. The Prawl College is our largest project to date that we're doing with the college and our current major project. This is our team. You only get 2 of us tonight, but the rest of the team there, you can see I'm the principal in charge and the executive who has followed all the projects at Mott since our inception here. Krista is my project manager who really does all the work and runs the show. And then We have a team of architects. Kevin Alderink and Steve Smith are both registered architects. Christina Kowalczyk is our interior designer. Colin Murphy, a mechanical engineer. Ellis Young, electrical engineering. Steve Robinson is our technology designer. Our structural consultants are Resurgent out of Detroit, and then Rowe is our civil engineer and landscapers. And we just wanted to show this, that there's more than just two of us. There's a whole team of experts, licensed architects and engineers that have been working on Prowl for many, many months. And in fact, those are just the lead people in each discipline, like the lead mechanical engineer. There's actually a number of people that work for those people up on that slide. So there's a small army of people in our office that have been working on Prowl for many, many months. Our process and where we're at right now, there were some questions that in recent weeks about some of the specifics, and hopefully I can cover some of those right now. Our process starts with field investigations. Many, many months ago, when we started the project, a renovation project is a very challenging, much more challenging than actually doing a new building. Renovation requires a lot more extra work, and we start with field investigations by all of our technical staff. Every person on that previous slide has visited the existing Prowl Center numerous times. We do thorough investigations, and we review all of the existing conditions. We don't do destructive testing, so we don't take the building apart, but we look at all the conditions that we can see. We also look at the history of all the drawings and documentation on the building since it was built in the 70s, and we review all that documentation so that we can get a feel for how the building was constructed, how it's standing up, what are any of the issues. Most importantly, as part of that field investigation, we interview all the college's staff that has been maintaining the building for many years. Those folks are usually a fountain of knowledge of what's been going on. Have there been any problems with the building, any concerns with any systems? And all that information is taken into consideration so that when we're designing the renovation, we can include any corrective actions that we need to repair anything in the existing building. After the field investigations, we go straight into design. We have worked with the college staff for many months to determine what are the program needs and how do we adapt those needs into designing the new facility. We have some slides coming up that show what the finished product is going to look like. And then we incorporate, like I said, any of those existing conditions or concerns that may have been shown in the building. We make sure that we correct any problems that are happening. And in fact, the Prowl renovation is so extensive that the vast majority of the mechanical, electrical, technology infrastructure is being replaced with new because it's such an extensive renovation. And then we go into construction, which will be coming soon. We'll be talking schedule here in a couple slides. As we get into construction, I want to assure you that IDS, your design professionals, we are engaged throughout the construction process. We don't walk away when the design is done. We are there, weekly meetings with the construction manager and the subcontractors. We're there to engage in troubleshoot any issues that come up. In a renovation project, if anybody's ever been involved in construction in any way, even in your home, if you've renovated an old house, you know once you start to disassemble the building, we're going to find some little skeletons in the closet, if you will. There's going to be some unforeseen conditions. We have not seen anything that would give us the impression that there's anything extensive or anything that's going to require a lot of remediation based on what we've investigated so far. However, we're pretty much know we're going to find something. And when those things are uncovered by the contractors, your design professionals, the IDS, will be there to work with the contractors to solve any issues that may come up. And we have to fix or change anything in the field, we'll do that. We have contingencies in the budget set aside just for that. So anytime you do a renovation, we always put a construction contingency in the budget. It's a percentage that we set aside so that when we see something come up, we have the funds set aside. This will not be a surprise. This will not cause the project to go over budget. It'll be something that's planned and expected as much as you can, and we'll use those contingencies as needed. If we do not find anything, those contingencies strictly fall to the bottom line, and they're funds that just are not used or spent on the project. Next slide, schedule. I'm going to stop talking and let Kristen talk for a few minutes.
Well, thank you. You covered a lot up to here, and again, happy to be introducing this after the good news. So like Mike said, it is an extensive process to get the design in place, and we go through different stages where we document, do a cost check at 3 different stages, and really make sure we're on track with meeting the scope needs with the budget. So where we're at now is quite to the right of this graph. We're into May, we're at the end of our construction documentation. So this means that walls, doors, rooms have been locked down, and now we're doing the details that instruct the contractor on what he needs to build specifically. So it's detailed, materials are shown, and we're at that point where we're just wrapping up now. And this check package at end of construction documentation is into our cost estimator now. It takes approximately 3 weeks for them to really go into depth and itemize and quantify the documents and make sure that we're on budget with that. So with that cost estimate, we are targeting June completion. And at that point, the package is ready for bids. So when we know it's a go, the construction managers would get involved. And other things to point out is that with capital outlay process, there is a 6 to 8 month potential review period. So they do reviews on these phases. We've got them queued up, but they'll go through that process. And we anticipate about 24 months for bidding and construction once all approvals are out there. So a general timeline.
And I should mention, I didn't during the process, is that when we're wrapping up the construction documents in June, there was a question that came up regarding certifications. All those documents, when they're 100% done and ready to go to bid, are sealed by all of the licensed architects and engineers in our office. We go through a quality management process here at the end of the construction documents where we check everything. And then myself, along with some of our senior staff, after we're done with our review, we seal all those drawings, each discipline, architectural, mechanical, electrical, structural, civil, and those sealed documents are then sent to the state and the locals for their plan review and permitting process. So a question I think came up about certifying the existing building. We can't certify the existing building because we didn't design it, but everything that we're doing to modify and repair the building, we are sealing and stamping those drawings by licensed engineers and architects. I'm sorry, Kristen.
Oh, that's fine. We can-
Next slide. Okay.
Okay, we'll walk you through a high level, the transformation. It really is inside and out. This is if you could change, please. This is a bird's eye view looking down on the building, and we are even improving the plaza and the areas around the building to make it more direct entrance and more welcoming into the building. The next slide is the entry level. So we're creating a whole new entrance. Right now, as you enter, you'll know where you are, where you need to go, and it'll be improved throughout. And it includes registration and enrollment hub so that student services can be given there without sending people around the building, multi-purpose room and public area, and then less public offices in the back. So on the lower level, we have an entrance from the North Plaza, so you'll be able to enter directly inside. We've got Future Careers Hub, Career and Employment Center, and Corporate Services in there. And on the upper level, this is our Technology and Cyber Hub. So we have got labs in there, hands-on courses, programming labs. So this is really focused on the technology and that program in here. It does also have an area for an AI lab. So really bringing something fresh, futuristic, and right into this building. In the next slide, overview of the building. It would be, again, it's new inside and out. It won't even look the same on the outside. It'll be the same size, but we're adding canopies and a new exterior skin, an envelope, so it'll be more brick, less dark roof. A lot more windows on the second floor, which was something always asked for. And in the next slide, and our final slide, is an overview from the northwest. So even the plaza side, the portion of the building that faces Curtis Mott Complex is going to be new with more windows, more access from the plaza. And that's our overview. Thank you.
Don't go away. Trustees, are there any questions? Michael? Michael, for some reason, it's not working. Keep.
Can you hear me now? Everybody can hear me now. Yeah, can you talk just a little bit about planning for safety and security? Unfortunately, things have changed in a lot of education institutions, and we want to make sure that our students and staff and faculty are all safe.
We have engaged with public safety and even the technology experts on campus. And we take into account where people will be. We manage this mostly through door access control, but we also know that the college is looking for a security expert, and we would engage with them once they're brought on.
Great.
And the building's been prepped for CCTV, card access, all the door hardware for locking. So everything is prepped for any security measures that the college's security expert would bring on.
Great. That's it.
Thank you. Any other questions? John?
Two questions. First of all, when the renovation's complete, what will the service life of the building be expected to be?
Typically, we see it's limited by the mechanical and electrical systems typically, and normally the equipment that put in has a 30-year service life traditionally. The college does an outstanding job maintaining the buildings throughout the campus, and so it could go beyond that if you're doing a lot of regular maintenance. We've seen some systems in your facilities that are older than that, and they're still operating because of the excellent maintenance, but traditionally 30 years would be for most of the infrastructure systems.
And then what about energy efficiency?
We are designing everything with sustainable practices. There's a variety of energy systems that are being put into the building design. I don't know, Krista, if you can elaborate on some of the specifics.
This is where Kevin would fill your ears. We live and breathe sustainability, but we have the opportunity by rebuilding even the exterior walls, which now is a lot of glass, a lot of heat loss or heat gain, and we're able to mitigate that and make it better by providing that new wall and windows and heating system. So it'll be a great advantage over what's there now.
Okay,
And
thank you.
everything that we design has to meet the Michigan Energy Code, so there'll be all the energy conservation measures required by code to meet.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Jeff, did that take care of everything you needed to know?
Yeah, and we had talked during the committee meeting, and he'd answered a lot of my questions.
Thank you.
So,
I do have. So the energy conservation, is it going to be a carbon neutral building when it's done?
it won't be a carbon neutral, but it will meet all the requirements of the Michigan Energy Code, and it will, in fact, even exceed a number of those measures. We have a slide that goes through that. Unfortunately, we didn't bring it tonight, but if you wanted some additional information, we could certainly provide that.
Your explanations have been right on, and we believe you. Another question, I think it's 389.122. It's from the Michigan Community College Act. It deals with letting the state legislators know about the environmental upgrades that are done on building. Do you do that report for us?
As far as
I did not mean to blindside you. If I did, I apologize.
I'd have to ask what details of the environmental
There's
report.
usually the energy conservation that are reached and improved with each building, and it's just a report that the legislation requires community colleges to report back to them. So I apologize, it was not to blindside you.
No, not at all. We can certainly assist and help the college with that report if it's required. And in fact, if we, and it sounds like we're going to be going through the capital outlay process with the project, as part of that documentation with capital outlay, they will want to know all the different energy measures that are being taken. So we'll be, deep into all that documentation. So if it's needed for that environmental report, we certainly can assist with helping the college with that.
Okay. One other question, and it seems kind of odd coming from a man, but do we have a sanitary lactating room for women in there?
We do, yes.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you very much. You've asked all the questions I have. No other questions? Thank you very much for coming and doing this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other special presentations, Madam President?
No, that concludes the special presentations.
Okay. Mr. Coordinator, are there any communications that need to be read to us this evening?
There are no communications.
Okay. Are there any comments from the public?
There are. We have 2 comments. The first one is from Bobby Walton from Davison, and she wants to speak on the subject of deliberation and decisions on hiring and firing personnel.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my comments.
Before you get started, Bobby, I have to read you something
Bobby
from our
Walton,
bylaws.
Davison, Michigan.
Thank you very much. All citizens who wish to address the board or who wish to communicate with the board in writing shall identify themselves and/or the group they represent, if any. They must all state the reason for addressing the board. Citizens addressing the board shall be limited to 5 minutes in making their remarks unless the time is increased or decreased by consent of the board. A brief supporting the remarks may be made by citizens and may be submitted to the board in consideration. The board may limit the number of portions wishing to address the board on the same subject to 3.
Okay, I can start now.
Yes, you can. Welcome.
I had some thoughts while I was attending your committee meeting before this meeting, and I said that if I came without an idea of what I wanted to talk about, you would give me something, and you have. But I will start by telling you a little bit about why I'm here. I became aware that there was an issue with Mott College over what was called an potential Open Meetings Act violation. I have a background in working for a long time over ethics in government. I worked with Common Cause in Maryland as both an office employee, as a member of the board, as the president of the board, and eventually as the executive director lobbying in Annapolis, Maryland. And all of the things that I paid attention to were the things that dealt with public right to know and the public interest. So the reason I come before you tonight and the reason I came before you, your special meeting, was because I want you to know that I am paying attention and I will tell others in the community what I find and what needs to be addressed. So I'm here tonight to talk about that again, and I will address what I heard at the meeting prior to this. But I'm going to start by referring to my notes. And this is an excerpt from an article that was published in January of this year by MLive. And I'm quoting, "The first meeting of the newly elected Mott Community College Board of Trustees launched with accusations of violating the Open Meetings Act, a motion to release the current board attorney, and public comment that accused the board of trying to oust the college president." Now, that was in January of this year. I did not attend that meeting, but that was when I became aware that there was an issue. Allegations were made that 4 members of the board, 2 of whom were recently elected, discussed their own board positions in private and long before the organizational meeting during phone conversations. The 4 members each voted in a block to elect board chair, vice chair, secretary, and treasurer. There were rumors of other pieces of board business that were being discussed behind closed doors besides the board positions. These were the board attorney and the college president. And your current meeting before this dealt with the board attorney, your special meeting dealt with the board attorney, and I have some questions and concerns about that. One member of this board asserted that his First Amendment rights to freedom of speech trumps the Open Meetings Act requirements that his official communications be open to public scrutiny. The following is my reasoning on this claim. My thinking is based on previous U.S. Supreme Court decisions on the regulation of campaign contributions, which have been identified by the court to be individual speech. In other words, when you make a campaign contribution, you're making a public statement. You're speaking, and the courts have protected that right. However, other courts, including the Supreme Court, have decided that speech may be regulated as a means of preventing corruption in governing, in addition to protecting public safety, and I will address the prevention of corruption. The prevention of corruption is the reason that I've paid so much attention to the laws on ethics that govern how public bodies may function and what they must do in order to meet the public interest. And it's easy when you're serving on a public body to forget that there are certain rules and procedures and processes that you must follow to protect the public and to avoid the perception of corruption or actual corruption. I think the same reasoning applies to the Open Meetings Act and freedom of speech. In other words, the government may regulate your speech as a campaign contribution, and the government may regulate your speech under the Open Meetings Act. The Open Meetings Act requires decisions and discussions of decisions to be made in public, and it seems to me like we need to pay attention to that. The MLive article noted the following. Board attorney Amberly Brennan told the board that any decisions made outside of a public meeting could be seen as a violation of the act. The First Amendment really doesn't come into play, Brennan said. This is leading to my conclusion and 2 questions. Is this why 4 members of this body voted to fire Attorney Brennan? And I have not been satisfied that we know why this board chose to fire Attorney Brennan, and I would like
Ms.
for that
Walton,
to be addressed.
that's 5 minutes.
That's 5 minutes,
Thank
Earl?
you.
Thank you very much for coming and speaking to us this evening. Are there any other comments from the public this evening? Mr. Jordan?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have one more comment that was submitted, and it was read to committee members this past Wednesday, the 17th. It was from Mr. Jim Delaney, but he also requested that the comment be read at the regular meeting for tonight. So just as I read at committee, I'm going to read again what he submitted. I request the following to be read at the next Personnel and Finance Committee meetings, as well as during the public comment portion of the next board meeting, whether you have a regular meeting on May 22nd or a special meeting before that date. I very intentionally make this a public communication to the board because of the circumstances surrounding the facts that I recite below. My name is Jim Delaney, and as I indicated below, I was board counsel for Mott Community College, along with my partner and longtime legal mentor, John Thomas, who also led the successful effort to expand the college boundaries in the late 1960s, which required him to win back-to-back ballot proposition elections, which he did. I'll first report the updated important items. I reviewed your board minutes, and I don't see that you have ever replaced me as the board attorney, not Amber Brennan, not Collins and Blaha, not any of the law firms that were interviewed in March 2020. The board failed to extend my contract on a 3-2 vote in December 2019. I hope that we understand and agree that it takes 4 votes to approve a motion or resolution. But that's the only thing that you've done besides conduct some interviews and make another failed motion. You have not replaced me. I reviewed all the minutes before and after Amberly Brennan received the label by her name reciting board attorney in April 2020 or thereabouts, but I couldn't find any motion or resolution to support that conclusion. It seems to me that the reality and my legal analysis come together here in one very correct conclusion, that the board hasn't had a board lawyer since I left after the December 19th meeting, assuming quite reasonably, I think, that you were going to replace me. What did I miss? I don't see that the board has replaced the previous attorney. That's me. The other thing that strikes me as unusual is that MCC officials have stated to me that I have interviewed for a 2-year appointment and as board legal counsel in March 2020. I absolutely did not participate in any interview at any time, so I looked at those minutes, since I was reviewing minutes anyway, and the only firm that received a motion that came from Trustee Sally Joseph to appoint a local Genesee County law firm as board legal counsel. But that motion also failed because it only received 3 votes. But the minutes do show very clearly that 4 law firms provided answers to questions, but James Delaney, John Thomas, and Thomas and Delaney PC was not among those that were interviewed. Would someone please explain this to all of us? Maybe I was looking in the wrong place for the board minutes, I don't know. But your policy says that you'll have a board attorney, not don't you have a board attorney as a technical matter for failure to pass a resolution. But you claim that the only lawyer in sight, Amberly Brennan, has been throwing obstacles in your way. Here's a quick synopsis of what I said earlier in my email to the board after your last meeting. Dear board members, I watched your last meeting on television, and I'd say you're improving. Also, I want you to know that I would consider filling the interim board attorney position. I have just a few conditions that I'd like to discuss with you before I consider it further. As a matter of fact, I prefer to talk to you all before thinking about this even a little bit more. As you may know, I am a member in good standing with the Michigan Bar Association, and I worked for Mott Community College as a board attorney and general legal counsel from 1978 until December 2019. What is the significance of failing to appoint a successor if that is true? When the board failed to extend my contract to function as board attorney on a 3-3 vote, my work experience at the college included at least 15 years of intense training and formation from one of MCC's founders, John Thomas, who was at the time considered the dean of Michigan's education lawyers. During the time that we represented the college as board legal counsel, we never lost a single case, not one loss. Our advice was consistent, and as far as I know, the college never got into trouble, or even in the area of significant controversy based on our advice. My final qualification is that I will not be a candidate for the full-time position. If I was offered the full-time position, I would refuse it. Towards the end of your meeting, Chairman Everman mentioned that the board had not sufficient training. That's what I do. I teach about John Thomas education law, which is a special brand of no-nonsense legal rules for board members. Based on the foregoing information, I requested each of you call me on my cell phone at 407, and the rest. If I don't answer immediately, please leave me a message with your phone number, and I'll call you back as soon as I can. The email address that I've used for this transmittal are not guaranteed, so therefore please forward this on to your fellow board members when you get it, and that way I'm sure that it gets to each and every trustee. Thank you very much. Respectfully submitted, Jim Delaney of St. Cloud, Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Is there any other?
That would
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We now move on to the approval of the minutes, approval of the regular meeting minutes of April 24th, 2023. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Support.
We have a motion and we have a second. Do we have any corrections? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Approval of the special meeting minutes of May 1st, 2023. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
Move approval.
And we have a second. Any corrections? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Thank you very much. Informational reports. Jeff Swanson? Finance and Audit Committee
The
report.
Finance and Audit Committee met last Wednesday, and the minutes should be out in the front of the room here.
Okay, thank you. Wendy Wolcott?
You're so funny, Andy. I just wanted to say thank you to Michael for chairing that meeting for me. I did attend, but I had surgery. And so he graciously chair that meeting for me. Put your thing on. And we did meet last Wednesday at 4 PM. So if there are, if anybody wants one of the agendas, they're back there on the table.
From the OCCA Board of Directors?
Nothing to report at this time.
Okay. Did you guys meet last week? Okay. Art? A report from the ACCT Board of Directors.
Nothing new to
Nothing new
report.
to report? Thank you very much. Unfinished business. Item 1.39, process for determining interim and permanent attorney. For those of you in the audience that were not here earlier, the board did meet as a committee of the whole. We worked through questions that we each had. We came up with a process that we are going to follow that the board had done before. Michael Freeman had came up with a very good motion, and do you need, Jordan had written it down. Do you need him to read it, or do you
I got
need
it.
to do it? Okay.
I move to follow the same process and procedure as in the 2019 procurement process, where the board weighs in on the scope, experience, and scoring of proposals. And this is as it pertains to hiring a permanent attorney.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. 1.40, June meeting and board retreat. So at the June meeting, it had been discussed at our committee of the whole that part of the process, we would go through the scope and what we wanted to have in Michael Freeman's motion. And we also would like to make sure that the new trustees have an understanding of our entire campus. So those of you like Michael and Art that are very familiar with the campus might not need to get the full tour. So after we complete the other process and adjourn the meeting for part of the training, so the new members and Sue know where everything is at, they have a tour of the campus and explanation. Do you have a question, Michael?
Yeah, I think it would probably be helpful too during the June board retreat to go over the strategic plan for the campus. I remember when I was new and we went through it, it really helped me look at what the longer term kind of planning was for the campus and kind of reaffirming kind of where we are and what we want to do. So I think that would be really helpful to go over the strategic plan.
The other thing that I think would be kind of nice for them to know is how the Higher Learning Commission certifies us. They do an audit every so many years, and that goes with the strategic plan in the sense that you will know how things are done around here. Was everybody in agreement with that? And Trustee Daly, you have a question?
Not a question.
Can I
I think
jump
the
in?
idea of making us all familiar with the campus is a step in the right direction. We need to be sure that we also include the outlying facilities in that awareness as well.
Yes, sir. Yes?
Oh, Dr.
Did you have a question?
No, I was just going to share that as a part of the meeting, that is what we cover in that June meeting. And so that was something that was going to be in the meeting and not the retreat
Okay. Oh,
for the strategic plan,
Sure.
where we are with it and the
fantastic.
highlights.
Great. Thank you.
Any questions about 1.40 at this point? Any other comments? Seeing none, we'll move on to new business. Item 1.41, Treasurer's Report for April.
I move we receive the treasurer's report.
Support?
We have a motion and we have a second. Are there any questions or debate? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. 1.42, resolution for Oracle Java Purchase Award. Do we have a motion?
So moved?
Second.
Motion, and we have a second. Are there any discussion?
Mr. Chair, I have a
Yes.
question. With that, do we have a policy to where that we vet those programs before we sign up with them?
Madam President?
We do go through a pretty structured process of IT before we bring in software. There's a lot of testing done, there's a lot of investigation done. And with this product, it was one that we already had. It was just when they did the update that it just went through, so, where there was a cost. But the product itself has to be vetted because it has to match and fit the other technologies so it works. So they're really good at that.
Are there any other questions or comments? Yes, trustee Swanson.
So we've had this for years, correct? And we've always paid a subscription fee?
No, it was free,
It was free.
right.
And
then
then
it was
then
purchased.
Java was bought by Oracle.
Right. And as you did your upgrade in the fine print is where it said that there was going to be a new cost to it, but it was not caught, that there was going to be this cost, and then 2 years later is when they came and said, we have a bill for you.
Okay. So they updated how they're billing.
Say
Is that
again.
correct? They're updating how they bill out the
I'm gonna
license? Is it,
Larry talked about that with the billing.
So is this working? Okay, I can never tell. So as I explained in the committee meetings, when we met prior, this Java is a system that we've had. It's free. It gets added on to certain things as we're navigating and updating. What the billing is, it really wasn't billing, right? It was a license that they said, we've changed our licensing agreement. Please contact us, all in the fine print. It took them 40 months. They never sent one invoice. 40 months later, did they call, finally make contact with us and say, you owe us $480,000 for past usage. However, if you want to sign an agreement going forward, then we will allow you to not pay that, but you need to pay $144,000 over the next 5 years. So there was never a billing. They never asked for a PO. We never obligated ourselves for those past years. It was a licensing agreement that we were responsible somehow to contact them. And so there's two forms of usage, as I understand it as well, and I'm going to get the words wrong. I'm going to say inside, outside usage. One is still free, the other one is not. And so the one that's the outside, I'm going to say, is the one that's accumulated all of this. So as we discussed as well, I mean, it's a great product. Java is a great product, don't get me wrong. But as we discussed before, is that, are there alternative products? There are, but it's not immediate to turn them on. It's going to take some time to get those implemented. So for the cost, as you can see the breakdown in those 1, 3, and 5 years that they offered, it's almost the same, right? We could pay the 1 year, and it's almost the same as paying for the 5 years. So we get 4 more years of that service.
Are there any
Chair?
other questions? Yes,
Yes.
Michael.
No, go ahead,
No,
Michael. Larry, Mr. Chair, may I speak with Larry directly?
Yes, please, ask the question.
So you're telling me that they want to charge us for the past years if we don't do a 5-year license fee, correct?
Yeah, so let me try to break this out. On you have your bid tabs
Yeah.
in the back, right?
Yeah.
So if you look, 1 year, just 1 year, $612,000.
That's including the previous,
That's what they're saying. If you only want 1 year, then we're gonna have to charge you for everything. And we had this discussion, I think I shared with you, I got on the call twice with them, and, yeah, it just was not, I was getting nowhere. It was very much pretty, that they were
well,
saying.
what I don't understand is if it wasn't approved, capital outlay like that needs to be talked about. But how can they come after us for that arrearage?
I tried that line of reasoning because I said flat out on that call, there was 5 of us there, I believe, from the college, 4 of us. And I said, none of us, individually or collectively, has authority to obligate the college to $480,000. And so I said, that really is off the table. What I'd like to do is a 1-year agreement with you going forward, and then we can negotiate the next 4 years or 3 years we need. They said, quit using our product. That was the bottom line answer. Don't use our product then.
Had we talked with an attorney about this?
No, we have not contracted with an attorney to discuss it. But here's the deal, if we do this and we want to go that route, they shut everything down. And that means that they pretty much shut down most of all the controls that we have that was explained to you, everything that's attached to Java.
Well, I understand that. I understand what you're saying. I just think it'd be prudent to talk to an attorney about that. That's a lot of money, and I know that it's expensive. I would like to look at other options. Some being get with other colleges and see if you can't pool together for the license. You'd have a lot more clout with a whole lot of colleges doing this.
And
it's going to take time to do that, I understand.
Yeah. And I would completely agree with you if this were a fair exchange. If this were an exchange truly where they were coming to us and saying, we have this product and we have all these other, we could then get the masses and say, sure, now we can incorporate it. But they put everybody in the same position, over a barrel. Lansing Community I shouldn't have said that, I'm sorry. There's a community colleges that I know of in the state that the same exact thing has happened. And my understanding is the only people that won from this whole thing where they sued was Google. And that was it. Everybody else was, because they're in the same situation. And they flat out said, just don't use our product then. You don't write, if you write, he was horrible. It was awful. But I tried to press as much as I could, and I saw that I was getting nowhere.
Well, what's the timeline on, that we have to get back with them to renew the licenses, or?
They want it done by the end of the month. They were going to call us tomorrow, I believe, is what they said.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Michael, you had a question next, I'm sorry.
Yeah, actually, it was along the lines of, how many other institutions was this done to? I was going to assume that probably everybody had this done to them. It feels kind of like, I'm not saying it is, but it feels like corporate extortion, because that basically cuts us off, and I'm sure their lawyers were smart and they knew what was going to happen, and that's probably why we didn't see anything from them for a while, because now they've positioned us in a way that, it's either we get completely shut down or go along with what they say, and so it sounds like the other educational institutions probably aren't going to fight it. They're going to take the deal that's the wipe away the past debt and then have a 5-year contract, but I guess that will give us some time too to look at our options as well. before we jump back in with them. But I mean, to me, it kind of feels like they legally have found a way to make us comply. So it's unfortunate, but.
And we do pay it year by year, so it's not the full 720 upfront.
So what is the annual fee?
720 divided by 5.
So you would pay, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. So we would pay the 140 for the next year's license? Now, what happens if, all right, we agree to this, because I agree with you, it's legalized extortion. And we found something else, or we pooled together with other colleges. What's our exposure for the next 4 years on this contract? Is there a way to get out of paying the extra? I'm just trying to look at all the options here.
So I'm not a contract attorney, but that would be then within the terms of the contract that was signed and what the enforceability of that, I guess, would be. Could it be litigated? I suppose anything could, but then you're talking about additional costs to do that too, so.
Well, I understand. I've got different feelings on that. I can't believe Oracle wants the publicity to, sue colleges, but that's just me.
Yeah.
So would there be time to talk to an attorney about this?
Madam President?
Yeah.
You have to look for the attorney.
Yeah, based on that call and the attitude of that call with the people there, I don't think they'd have any issue shutting it off tomorrow. I really don't.
Mr. Chair? So basically, we're held at their mercy. I can't see working with a company that treats us the way they're treating us. I mean, who's to say this isn't going to happen in the future? I don't know.
Well, we're safe for the next 5 years because we will be in a contract, and the termination of that contract would likely be their non-delivery of the prescribed services they're supposed to provide us with. But otherwise, I think that, I think Oracle, I mean, they're big, they have the best product, and they probably don't care about PR. I think
How
that
do
they're
we
just.
know this through the chair? How do we know this isn't going to happen again if it wasn't caught? How do we know some way, somehow? I mean, we're stuck paying $144,000 and then getting treated like absolute dirt.
Yeah.
But let's sign up with them.
We received a free service, and there wasn't a contractual arrangement. Now there will be a contract which they can't deviate from, like they can't increase the cost. If we sign in, it's almost like, it's like a phone plan. They can't change that on you unless we add additional services or modify the contract.
And
Trustee Daly.
Sorry.
I would hope if we move forward with this, that whatever proposed agreement that they've given us is going to be reviewed by our legal counsel, college's counsel. I understand licensing agreements, and that's exactly what they have you over a barrel with this, where if you don't sign their licensing agreement, then you can't use their software. It's that simple. And you've got, I'm somewhat familiar with Oracle. It's standalone. It is good quality software, but it's standalone. It doesn't interface well with anything else. It's their product. And if we're committed, and it sounds like we are, to using this, then the other thing that concerns me is it seems that so much of this is being discussed over the phone. I mean, I don't see, in terms of how much written correspondence have you had with Oracle other than the initial letter?
So I got involved after I believe Randy was one of the, for ITS, was contacted by their sales department, was told the situation, and then I was on a call, a Zoom call. It wasn't on the phone, but as far as written, I've seen nothing written from them. So I've been on 2 Zoom calls with them.
Are there any other questions? Before we vote, I've done some research. I couldn't contact you to give it to you, because if you notice the documents that we received, we're not allowed to communicate, so I didn't. We have to do it in an open meeting. So it separates them by the yellow. And then there's another one. There were 2 different articles, so everybody's aware. And if we need to take a few minutes to read this and go into recess, we could, but this might give us a better understanding of what we're going through right now. Would the board like to take a recess for a few minutes to read this?
Yes, please.
Okay, we set in recess, it's 8:41 now. We'll reconvene at 8:53. We're back in session. Does anybody have any further questions or comments from the documents? Trustee Daly.
I know you're the messenger, but I wanted you to talk to me like I'm 6, okay? And first, I've got really 2 questions. The first one is, it's not clear to me how we got where we are.
So our chief IT officer had to leave the meeting due to illness. So I've asked her to join us, and she needs to be the one to share what has happened and all of that. So she's on now.
Okay, thank you.
Did you hear the questions?
The only question I heard was, I need to hear how this happened.
How we got here, I believe, was the question.
Okay, great. Back in 2019, someone on my staff, we were using Java, Oracle Java, and was performing an upgrade. And as the fine print, all the boxes you agree to when you upgrade software come up, clicked through, didn't see the notice to convert from a free to a paid version. Was not asked to secure any payment at that time, did not see a notice that said, you must contact us to establish a form of payment, and proceeded to upgrade the software on our servers. Fast forward to about 2 months ago, when Oracle contacted us, then we knew at that point that we had missed the claim, although I'm not sure what company out there today gives you software for free and then says, hey, why don't you give us a call to pay for it later? But that is in fact what has happened.
Second question is, okay, I understand that part of it with the past due. What exactly are you recommending to us? You laid 3 options out in front of us, 1, 3, and 5 years. What are you recommending to us in which one and why?
Okay, I am recommending option number 3. The first option is to pay in arrears for the use and have 1 year of service going forward. The second one is to pay partially for arrears and have 3 years moving forward. And the third option, which is the one I'm recommending, is to have 5 years of service and forgiven for all of our past usage. The reason I'm recommending the 5 years is because we aren't 100% sure where all of the Java, the Oracle brand Java, is located on campus. And I say that because there are pieces of equipment that we have purchased. An example would be a product called Niagara that is used in our facilities department to run all the heating and cooling equipment on campus. That uses Java, but that was provided by Niagara, not by Mott Community College. But moving forward, Mott Community College is responsible for that Java license. So there could be a lot of other systems just like that we don't know where the Java is located, number one. Number two, we don't know that a different version of Oracle will work, a different version of Java will work in its place. So until we have time to move through all of the systems and find them, test them, see if we can use a free version of a Java product, it's going to take time to do that. That's why we're recommending the 5 years.
2 more questions. How do we, where will this money come from? Because it's obviously an unbudgeted expenditure.
I believe it's going to come out of my operating budget. Larry can correct me if I'm misspeaking on that.
Yeah, so it would be out of her operating budget, licensing costs.
And then last, how do we make sure that something like this doesn't happen again?
That's a great question, because I can guarantee you I never want to be in this position again.
we're going to have to be better about reading the fine print. The way this was structured, if you went out and installed Oracle's Java fresh, brand new, didn't have it already in place, you were notified you had to pay before you could use it. Versus if you already had it and were using it, and then we're going to start incurring fees unbeknownst to us. In order to do this, I guess in the future, we're just going to have to get a lot better about reading the fine print. Obviously, this is a big lesson learned, a big mistake, but also, as Larry had mentioned earlier, it's a pretty shady way of doing business as far as, I'm concerned, but we're just going to have to be sharper from now on.
I have to go with Art next because he had his friend up first.
She actually answered my question, so, okay. Michael?
So, yeah, I mean, an appropriate business practice would have been that they would reach out, the second they decided that this is no longer free service, and they would say, okay, we need to make arrangements or put you in a contract or whatever, which they didn't do. So this is really on them as a bad business practice. And, if you look at trying to find free or replacement, what you're saying is that we don't know, number one, whether the free services can actually do the same functions as what Java does. So basically, this means they cut us off, we crash and burn. So we could have systems failures, we have students who are not able to use technology in any way. And so what they're offering us is 1 year, if we only do a 1-year contract, we pay $612,000. We pay the arrears and the 1 year of service. If we do the 3-year, then we're looking at $222,000 a year. And then if we do the 5-year, we reduce it down to $144,000 per year. So I can see why the recommendation is being made to go with the 5-year, just because the costs are becoming astronomical when we do the reduction. But knowing what we know about Oracle's business practice, and what they've done, they're going to be happy they've locked us into a 5-year. Their salesperson is going to be thrilled that he's getting 5-year contracts, and he's probably going to get 5-year contracts out of everybody that they've done this to. All the colleges are going to do the same thing because it's a way, at least wiping out the past balance. So this is it's not an ideal situation, but also this was done to us. We didn't do this. So it was a free service. There was nothing that was really an alarm bell that said, hey, we're no longer going to be free and you're going to have to start paying. And that's how they've positioned themselves. And I'm sure, I think there needs to be, moving forward, Oracle needs to be looked at longer term, as far as what they've done to not only us, but other companies, institutions as well. But just like when they found how to make insulin for people and it was supposed to be free, and now it's no longer free. The copyright was given, and then all of a sudden, so, yeah, this is unfortunate, but the crash and burn is just not an alternative at this point,
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
There's a couple things reading this that alarms me. One of these that said, even when every employee in the company is using Java in this scenario, the subscription price per year will more than double. The second part is you are potentially on the hook for a massive subscription fee increase. It may have very little benefit to your operation. I just don't feel safe with this. But then again, I see where you're coming from. I don't want to crash and burn and do this to our college as well. Is there a way that we could do something quick before the end of the month?
No.
So we have no choice.
No.
So my question would be, when did you know? Because Jeff came to the meeting with me, with you, and we were told. And it's not given this board or the college a lot of time. That concerns me. It also concerns me that we have a bid process that is supposed to be followed. It also concerns me that somebody clicked on it for free and didn't get picked up by Cheryl or by Larry, that we didn't review that. We failed step after step after step. And we're now at this situation where we're supposed to do something. Yes, Mr. Freeman?
So from what I gather, we didn't establish these timelines. We basically were told by Oracle, just recently, pay up, you've got to pay for these subscriptions, and you got to pay it by this date. So we're not setting the timeline here, right? So that's number one. Number two, the migration issue, even if we could go through and do a full audit of everything that uses Java and to try and find a free replacement for that, and then do the migration, which would be required, we're going to be shutting down the college for a few months, likely. I don't think we can do that. And then also with the contract, I'm assuming that, they say in this that costs are going to increase. I would assume they're referring to new subscriptions, that they will continue to increase these. That it's not like they can't, once we have the contract, the 5-year contract, they can't charge us more than the $144 per year because that's what they're asking for and that's what we would be agreeing to. Now, if we did a 3-year, and then we have to go back to the table with them, they could come back and say, okay, now we want $250,000 a year. Now we want $300,000 a year. They could feasibly do that because we'll be out of contract. But from what I understand, and just verify this for me, that 144 is the negotiated price. It wipes out the past due balance, and we're only paying the subscription price that's established today for 5 years, and they can't increase it on us. Is this correct?
That is the way I understand it, yes. I have not seen the contract. I have not seen it.
We should have an attorney, obviously, we should have an attorney review the contract for us, just to make sure it's ironclad.
We always do.
Yes.
Yeah,
We don't sign anything without the review.
yeah. So, and these questions, these concerns that trustee Wolcott has expressed can be conveyed over to the attorney to make sure that we are ironclad, that they will not be increasing prices on us, that we will get the full suite of services that we've experienced in the past. And then ideally, we find something, I would say that we do an audit of everything that's Java-based and we kind of figure out moving forward, where is there has to be competition in the market at some point. What Java did probably is going to piss off a lot of people, and other people will be looking for alternatives as well.
Any other questions or comments? John?
Mr. Chair?
I go back to
Wait.
one of my family adages, and that's fool me once, fie on thee, fool me twice, fie on me. And we need to, if we're going to take the 5-year option, then we need to use that time to our advantage and make sure that this doesn't repeat itself again. I mean, that's all.
Mr. Chair.
Jeff?
Michael, I agree with you on this. We can't take a chance to shut the school down. But I would feel better if we're going to have an attorney look over the contract, correct? Why not have him look at to see if we're really on the hook for the first few years while he's doing it? Because that would make it a different game. We could go with a 1-year subscription while we're doing this instead of a 5-year, if we're not on the hook for the previous, where it was free and then somebody clicked and they went back and charged us for it. But I agree, we can't take a chance of shutting school down.
It's a gamble, and it's a gamble
Mr.
that
Freeman?
we could lose.
Mr. Freeman?
So,
Mr. Freeman?
I would say, yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I directed that toward Mike.
It's just practice, that's all.
Okay, but
Mr.
no,
Freeman?
I do agree with him that we can't take the chance, but I would like to look at all, we've got a few days here, you're going to get a contract, the attorney's going to go over it. I would imagine the attorney would have a good idea if we were on the hook for the previous 3 years. And I'm just saying, we should ask.
Michael, you were starting to answer him, and I cut you off just so we would follow Robert's Rules of Order. It would be appreciated if you could go ahead and explain what you were thinking to follow through on your thought. You had it there, and I was cutting you off.
Yeah, I think I made my comment. I just, and I appreciate and respect your questions. I mean, it's unfortunate. I think that it's a bad business practice from Oracle, and that they should have been straightforward with us. They should have called us and said, from now moving forward, you have to pay this. They should have not just been like, yeah, call us back in this little subscript. Hey, give us a call. We might have a surprise for you that you might not like. I mean, so it is what it is. They were not transparent, and they know they have a lot of people over the barrel. And that's probably, at short term, they're going to make a lot of money nationally. Longer term, as people start looking for other avenues. And, I guarantee there's going to be other companies that will try and undercut them for what they did. So, and we'll just keep, like you said, Trustee Daley, we got to keep our eyes on this and see where opportunities lie in the future for cost reductions.
Trustee Lindy.
So what happens if we vote for this now without even hearing from the attorney whatsoever? And we vote, and then we're screwed in the contract, then what? I don't feel comfortable.
Is there any way that I can get in this conversation? I've had my hand up for many times, and I don't ever get recognized. So could I please get in the conversation?
Madam President, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I would like to have Cheryl to tell what her plan is of what they're supposed to be doing during that 5 years, why they took the 5 years so that they could do all the things that you've been asking, are we going to do? So Cheryl, would you please explain what you're going to be doing?
Certainly. We are going to be assessing every system that uses the Java product and working to see if we can get there is a free version of Java out there that we are going to try to see if will work with some of these products. If it doesn't, we're going to see if it's possible to switch to something else, and something significant, like, say, our ERP system with Ellucian. We can't really switch off that product, but we can work with that company to find alternatives to see how we can leverage, other products in place of Java, Oracle's Java. So we definitely have a plan to try to move off of this as best we can. We did try a little bit ahead of time, but there were certain things that did not work. So when people say that this will shut the college down, I guarantee you it will, because we turned Java off on a couple of things, and we found that they stopped working. So we know that we have to do this, but to make sure and ensure that a different flavor of Java will work in its place is our plan moving forward in the next 5 years.
So can you also explain what happens if you have a product that requires Java that we use, that we've already been using? And I mean, not our product. I'm talking in maintenance. They have something they purchased that has Java in it. So,
Right.
okay.
So what ends up happening is, even though we have purchased, so I talked about the Niagara product, that they use in facilities. That came with Java, that was required by Niagara. It now has become our responsibility, but we will have to work with Niagara to see if we can switch that out or not. And that's the problem. We may not be able to switch them out. So we're going to have to determine how important staying with Niagara is, how important it is to continue to pay for Java, you know, what our alternatives are going to be. But if we stop using Niagara, we are, you know, we're going to not have any heating and cooling. If we don't use it, we're not going to have any virtual desktops. We're not going to have our ERP system where students register for classes and we pay our bills and we do payroll. So all of these things, unfortunately, are pretty strong products that we have to have, or we will, I guarantee you, shut down when they pull the plug. So we are going to work really hard to see if we can do something with an alternative, and that means we're going to have to work with everybody at the college who has products that utilize Java for the software for their areas. So it's going to be a very intensive college-wide process to make sure that we can switch off of this. And that's why we need the 5 years, because it's not something we can do. I cannot confidently say we could do it in 1 year.
Any other questions? Okay, there's an option. Question was asked if we could have an attorney look at it. We wouldn't have to call a special meeting. We adjourn this meeting and then reconvene it at another time, giving a few days to have an attorney look at it, if that's the pleasure of the board. That is an option. Is that the pleasure of the board to do that? Trustee Daley.
First of all, it sounds like that the Oracle is indicating they want payment. If we don't accept the option, they want payment by the end of the month. I'm assuming that's the month of May.
So all I can tell you is that they wanted a PO, which I said they could not get until we took it to board. They said that they would be in touch with us tomorrow for the PO. They're wanting this locked up. It initially started with the end of the month, can we get it done in the month? And then we went through the board discussion. I said, there's no way, we can't do that until the board. And then they said, when's your board meeting? He said, at the 22nd, is that, we'll talk to you on the 23rd. And I did try to negotiate a 1-year license with them. I did. I went through and tried to be reasonable, rational, logical. They were listening to none of it.
Which indicates to me that first of all, a licensing arrangement, they can terminate it almost immediately. I mean, it might take a day or so to trickle through the system, but it will happen that fast. And I just hope that the new agreement, for whatever it is, I mean, first of all, that needs to be reviewed by legal counsel, and it needs to, I have concerns because in today's environment, multi-year agreements for price don't mean a lot. I mean, what do you do if the vendor calls you back and says, okay, I can't do this anymore? I just can't deliver the product at the price that's in there. Here's your choice. You know, we'll terminate the contract now. And that, in this environment that we're in right now, that's happened, I've seen that happening more often than not. So, you know, the fact that I'm skeptical about whether or not the agreement that's written by Oracle is going to lock Oracle into a 5-year price, that it's an ironclad agreement in our favor. And on the other hand, I'm not sure what the other option is, if there's anything else that's viable, but I mean, nothing is free. I can't believe we did this.
So, when Jeff and I met with the president to go over the meeting, and we were told about this, we ask that this be brought to the Michigan Community College Association to get their input for what other community colleges are doing. That meeting took place last week in Escanaba.
So it was decided with the board president that it would be better to work with the affinity group of the IT because they would know exactly what needed to happen. So Cheryl is aware of that, and she's supposed to be taking it forward.
You're going to need to explain that more thoroughly. Trustees are looking confused.
There's an IT affinity group of MCCA of all the leaders, and it was decided that they would be the better group to work on putting that together as a consortium than the president's doing anything with it.
Trustee.
The way that I see this is we really don't have a choice. We can't tie Larry and Cheryl's hands to where they can't, after an attorney takes a look at the contract, that they can't move in a timely basis and really risk the college getting shut down. The 5-year deal is extortion. I believe that they've legally extorting not only us, but other colleges and companies. But from our perspective, 5 years is actually the most cost-effective. When you take a look at the differences, and Michael had pointed out at 1 year what it would cost us, at 3 years what it would cost us, and at 5 years. And if we're paying it 1 year at a time, then instead of coming up, doing it for the first year, instead of coming up with $612,000, we're coming up with $144,000. It's still, numbers that are, it's absolutely shameful. But I think that the board needs to pass the 5-year because that gives Larry and Cheryl and the administration needs to be done and keep Oracle at bay. I do not want to see, and I know that none of you do as well, but seeing the headline that Mott Community College's systems have crashed. That is unfathomable to me.
Art, you're complete now? Okay, Michael?
And also, if the door is open after this with others that if class action lawsuit, whatever, and basically finds that what they did actually was not legal, then that puts us in a position to renegotiate this as well as a lot of other people as well. So I don't think we just take it and roll over, but we definitely investigate further with other people that this was done to. Like right now, other colleges are gonna, I wonder if they all got notified at the same time. Like they could have sent out bills basically to all these other colleges knowing that, everyone's gonna roll over at the same time. And, we also have to have confidence that other educational institutions actually feel aggrieved and want to pursue it, or if they're just going to sit back, because by ourselves, I'm not really confident that, I think their legal have probably looked over this and they knew what they were doing, so it's unfortunate, but like I said, this was done to us.
Wendy first.
I get what you're saying. I don't want the college to crash and burn either. But I don't feel comfortable voting on this until we hear from an attorney, until we see the contract, so we know we're safe. how can we vote on something if we don't know what the contract is yet? I just don't feel comfortable.
I believe that there will be an attorney. It was already said that an attorney will review, right? Through the chair.
The answer to that is, we said that, Beverly said that an attorney would look at that. And you may all recall that there are other programs, computer programs, that we have been told that the supplier no longer services. So we have to move on to something different. Cheryl has come to us and told us that in the past. Is that going to happen on this one? Because they do upgrades and now we're going to have to pay more? And even though we have a contract, do we need to pause just for a moment, not tonight, but for a few days, get the attorney to look at it, reconvene, and make the decision? That's a thought that you can still think about. Wendy, did you have other?
That's exactly what I was going to say, Larry. Could you make that phone call tomorrow to say that I don't feel comfortable. I don't know what the rest of the board wants to do. Obviously, I don't want the college to crash and burn. We don't want that to happen, right? That can't happen. But I just would like to see the contract or hear from legal counsel, so I know I feel okay with that. Can you make that call tomorrow to?
I think I'd have to do that through Dr. Beverly, so it'd be, the request of her and how you decide. I understand exactly what you guys are saying, and I became involved in this just to try to get the best financial outcome for the college. I was unsuccessful in moving them off of any of it. So as far as the contract, they're always reviewed. If they came up that it's not locked in for the 5 years, then what you passed isn't what what you've approved is not the contract. So I don't think that we could sign it at that point in time. If an attorney looked at it and said, wait a minute, there's escalation clauses in year 3, 4, and 5 they didn't tell you about, and then clearly that's not what you passed. So we're bringing this to you with what they said on the phone, on our Zoom call, and once it comes in documentation form, and after it's been reviewed, if there's material changes to it, then we can't sign it. So that's what I would say as far as the attorney review of it.
Trustee Jeff.
So the attorney will look at the contract before it's exercised, correct? And at that point in time, we will know if they can break the contract, raise the prices, whatever.
Right.
But, I agree with Wendy also. It gives you heartburn giving a rubber stamp on something that's $700,000 too. That, like John said, may be enforceable, may not be. They could change the rules mid-game. So I understand the whole thing, but we cannot shut the college down. So I would be favorable for it if the attorney looks at it, and then I would even suggest the attorney contacting the sales rep on that, and because he knows the law.
And usually that's a part of it. I've not seen any of contracts that go through without some changes that are made. They always have to go back and forth because they're working now with their attorney. And they have to come up with, at the end, what is the most agreeable for what we're trying to do as a college. So all of that already happens with all of the contracts.
I did make an outreach to other community colleges to find out if they were going through this. They had not been notified yet. And in that conversation, it also was discussed about working together for this in the future. So the idea that Infinity, group of the ITT, or however we decide to do that, the other trustees who on their own, without a prompting from me, felt that that would be a good idea to do. We've got to decide, and the decision, I guess the first decision would be, do you want to adjourn the meeting for 24 hours? That's an inconvenience for people. That gives you time to talk to an attorney and get back with us. That is an option. Is that something that you want to do?
I don't.
Okay. I'm sorry, John, I can't hear you.
24 hours is not going to work. I
Okay,
mean,
how long do you think it should take?
we don't even
We
have
have a week.
documents. We don't even have documents.
I know, that, I have a problem without documents that our attorneys looked at.
I think
I'm
you-
uncomfortable with that.
I think the gist of this, without having, Jesus, the gist of it is that we have to approve something that's at least going to pay the past due. And that approval should, I believe, be subject to a review of the agreements by the attorney prior to execution.
Art, just a moment, Art. I'm sorry.
Miss, good.
Yes, but you can always adjourn. Art?
On the discussion on the motion, we're authorizing that amount of money. And that, just like we do every other, purchase order that comes before us, then it's not executed until after the attorney takes a look at it. 24 hours is not enough time. But I don't know that there is where we have enough time that we're comfortable with it, and at the same time, keep Oracle at bay. That's the concern. We're playing chicken with a company that really does not care if we don't do something. And again, when we take a look at the numbers, it may be less if we only pay the arrearage in 1 year. It's less by $128,000. Now, that's nothing to scoff at, and I don't take those kind of numbers lightly by any stretch of the imagination. But that 1 year thing, if we don't have to pay the arrearage, and we have the time to do the audit that we need to do, and the contract is not executed until we do, and it would be proper to somebody make a motion to amend it, that it's contingent on the attorney giving the okay. So then, we're doing that, where we're not having to come back and have an attorney tell us, yes, this is the thing, because it's not going to happen if it's not the thing. It's only going to happen if it is. So I just don't want to, like I said, play chicken with Oracle. The stakes are too high on our end, and, they've done this to other colleges, whether those colleges know it yet or not, but they've also done it to for-profit corporations and companies. They're also doing it to small businesses. So everybody is going to be lining up on this thing. This is not just a Mott problem. We just have to deal with how we're going to get ourselves in the best position to get them off our backs. And I believe that that's the 5-year thing, and again, contingent upon the attorney.
So just in my opinion, tonight we would authorize a very specific thing, which is the 144. That I believe that Larry can go back and talk to Oracle, and then the finer negotiation happens, and that bottom line, we're only approving 144 per year. And so if they try and build anything into this that leaves us open and exposed to paying more money, they have not negotiated in good faith. And so that's the point, we can say, hey, you guys said 144 a year. And like, if they start pulling anything tricky after the fact, then it's not something, that's something that the college just is not authorized to enter into, because now they're trying to get more out of it that they didn't disclose. So I would say at this point, you know, he can talk to Oracle, have Oracle send over the entire agreement. We have it reviewed by an attorney, just to make sure that to the letter of the law, there's no slippery business built into it. And then as long as the college only honors what we have decided tonight, should they then sign that contract.
Any other comments? So the motion that's on the floor, could you read it? Mr. Jordan.
As of right now, Trustee Freeman has moved to approve item 1.42, and it's been seconded by Trustee Reyes.
The Charles Stewart Mott Community College Board of Trustees authorize the administration to award to Oracle America 500 Oracle Parkway, Redwood Shores, California, 94065 for a cost in the amount of $720,000.00 USA currency.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Michael, what you said, shouldn't this be changed? Shouldn't the motion be changed that we authorize $144,000 per year instead of the $720 total?
Sure. Yeah, we can amend it for that.
Okay.
But you're saying 5 years.
Over a period of 5 years.
Over a period of 5 years?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just amend then we shouldn't, I'm happy to have an amendment, this amendment in the motion, then to say instead 144,000 over a period of 5 years.
So would you rescind your motion? Rescind your motion? Your initial motion to approve
I
item?
accept the amendment.
Yeah, it's amended.
Yeah, I accept the amendment.
Okay.
So it's the same motion then, but with the clarification of it being the 144 over a period of 5 years.
And is there a second for the amendment?
Well, you got to have the acceptance on the second.
I accept the amendment. And we have an acceptance for the amendment. Is that what you've done, Art?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. A roll call vote.
Before you do, I heard Wendy wanting to make sure that there are certain things in there. Do you want to outline what those are? What you want to make sure that the attorney is, making sure that's in there?
Yes, that's exactly what I want.
So exactly what is it you want?
I want to hear from the attorney to make sure all these stipulations are in there, that that's what we're going to be paid, or we're paying, and we're not going to be charged absolutely nothing else over that, and then I would feel comfortable.
Yes, Mr.
So would it be acceptable that once the attorney provides his review, that he write a memo to the board members, basically saying, I've reviewed the document, this is what I've identified, and then that way we know, once it's been reviewed before the next meeting, that all the conditions have been met?
So I think with Trustee Wolcott and Trustee Freeman's, Trustee Swanson and Trustee Wolcott's request on the motion, there should be some clarification on what both of you are asking of his motion, just so that everything is straight, because you're asking for attorney, or looking at the documents, and then you are wanting to do the 144 over 5 years, but to combine those two into one motion needs to be clarified.
But I think what she's saying is to review the documents for the different points that we've been talking about, that they won't be changing the price and, help me, Wendy, so.
We just want it locked in. We want it locked in that we're going to be safe, that we're paying the 144.
Per year.
Right, per year, nothing more.
Yep, that's fair.
And if that's not the case, then we're out.
Jeff, do you have anything you wanted to add in addition to that?
No, I just want to make sure that it's
Okay.
144 a year for 5 years.
Trustee Wendy?
We're backed in a corner. I don't feel comfortable voting on this at all, but we have no choice at this point. So I'm not comfortable with it. I don't want to do it, but then again, I don't want our students to suffer, our college and everything else. So,
Trustee Daly?
I'm having a lot of difficulty with this. And, I mean, this sounds almost like the Nigerian lottery, no offense. We have no documentation to do this, and basically a phone call, and everything's been done verbally. I mean, I keep going back to the fact that we have a fiduciary responsibility to fulfill this and ensure that the money that this college expends is expended in a prudent manner. And it's very difficult in the absence of virtually any documentation at all to spend over $700,000 or to authorize the expenditure of $700,000.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
And I would say, in line with the fiduciary responsibility, there's also the negative financial impact of everything shutting down as well. So this plays into it. We were done dirty, as were many other people. So I understand what you're saying, absolutely. But the implication of total system failure also has a certain fiduciary responsibility as well.
Art, do you have any thoughts?
Nothing further.
I have a thought, and it's not to be combative at all, but I'm concerned when we are reliant on one system, that we don't have redundancies, backups. And I agree with Trustee Daly. I'm very concerned where we're going with this. And I just have to believe that the IT people can pull the rabbit out of the hat, because that's what we've paid these people big money for. Michael, if you want to say something, you're free, and we can, because we're not arguing, we're just discussing.
I don't believe that there's a rabbit coming out of any hat at this point. It's like,
The IT people have all been laid off in California. We can hire them. We can get them in here to do what we need done.
no. I guess I would just defer that question to Cheryl. So total system migration. You know, if we were to find this magical software that was, you know, going to do everything that we need, you know, what would total migration of everything from Oracle Java to a system, how long would that take?
Well, just to do our ERP system takes about 3 years. Every time we've ever migrated in a major fashion, it's taken 3 years of time. That's just for the registration, payroll, HR, you know, where all the grades go, et cetera, where students register for classes. That's just that one system. It takes 3 years. Everything else, I mean, trying to do all of it all at the same time, you're talking years, decades.
And then
decade.
them assuming there would be a cost, even if we found a free service, there would be costs even internally within the college that would it potentially exceed the 144?
Probably not, but I'm going to try to use an analogy to try to help maybe make this clear. So a car uses a spark plug, but you can't put the same spark plug in every single car because it doesn't work. Some of the spark plugs are different. So think of Java as a spark plug in a car. We can't just necessarily switch it out with something else and everything's going to be great. We have to make sure it's the right kind. And that's what I'm trying to say is just by using the free version of Java doesn't mean it's necessarily going to work with the systems that we already have. We have to test that to find out. It's not a simple one-for-one exchange. And then to switch to something else, we don't know what kind of Java that uses. So, you know, it's not as easy as it sounds.
Right.
Does that make sense? I'm
Yeah.
not sure I'm explaining myself.
Okay, no further questions.
Anything else? Jordan, the complete motion, now, could you read that?
Hello. As it stated, it's with the approval of the original motion by trustee Freeman, and that was seconded by trustee Reyes. It's at the request of trustee Swanson and trustee Wolcott, approve item 1.42 with the amendment to the item stating the resolution Oracle Java Purchase Award with the specific approval of the resolution not to exceed $144,000 per year for a total of 5 years, and to be reviewed by the attorney to ensure that the contract is satisfied. Would you want other language?
Okay, the motion's been read, seconded. Have we completed all the debate, questions, concerns from everybody at this time? Okay. Trustee Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Reyes. Aye. Okay. Trustee Daley.
No.
Trustee Wolcott. Trustee Swanson.
I'm sorry, I can't vote yes on that.
So that's a no?
No.
No. Trustee Wolcott.
This is such a tough position to be in right now. I'm going to vote yes, but I didn't want to.
Motion fails. I vote no.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
in good conscience, I can't take the chance of the school shutting down. So I would vote yes on that motion.
Okay. The motion now passes. Administrative items. President's report.
So if I can have AVP Wayhill, VP Wilson, Athletic Director Perry.
Okay. Okay. Can you hear me okay?
No.
How about that? Yep. Okay, thank you, Dr. Beverly, Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you. Tough vote. We really appreciate that. Bringing some good news about enrollment. We're off to a strong start in summer. Date of record for summer, date of record meaning the date that the semester becomes complete, is tomorrow. We are 7.8% up in enrollment this summer. That's in head count. We are over 3,000 students, 3,100 students. It's the most summer students we've had since the pandemic. From a contact hour standpoint, the news is even better. We are at 12.2% in an increase in our contact hours, which we know is our tuition revenue in dollars and cents. So the college is really performing well. Our early fall numbers are also strong. We're at 9.4% up and an increase from our early fall numbers last year. That equates to about 2,500 students, 2,510 to be exact, and our contact hours are up 8.5%, and that equates to 25,469 contact hours. A lot of work on that. I want to thank all the hard work from across the college. It's a team effort, and we appreciate your support on that.
Good evening, Madam President, trustees. I'm here to give a brief update on the signage that you approved several meetings ago. You'll recall there's a package of 8 different signs, 4 of which are digital boards. The other 4 are made of stone. An update on the stone signage: the permits for the municipalities where those will be located have been approved. So there's 1 in Lapeer, if you recall, and then there's 3 that will be here on Court Street. 2 of the signs that exist now on Court Street will be removed tomorrow. So there's 1 out here that's horizontal, brown. I think it just has the address of the college, not even a branding or logo. The other one is at Horrigan and Court Street, where it's a vertical sign, which does have the old italicized logo. Signs by Craney is going to remove those 2 tomorrow. We're going to meet on Thursday of this week to put up a banner replica which has the outline and the size of the sign here, because there's a tree issue and some sightline kinds of things. We just want to make sure we've got it properly placed. And then the last piece is that the kickoff of excavating for these 2, Lapeer and the new one in the middle here on the grass lawn between this building and MMB, will begin on June the 6th. So we're making progress on the stone signs. I don't have a report on where we're at with the digital boards. You'll recall there's going to be 1 on the north end of this campus, 1 at the Wagner building for workforce, and then 1 at Southern Lakes. But I will provide that as soon as I have it. The others are in process, and we hope to have them in time for the centennial celebration on September the 23rd. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Madam President, thank you, Mr. Chair, Board. I'm here to give a spring sports recap real quickly. This is a bittersweet time of the year. It's bitter because all of our sports seasons are over, our spring sports have wrapped up. It's sweet only for my wife because now I do bedtime, full bedtime guy for all 3 kids. So our baseball team, they placed 3rd in the conference. They were 13 and 12 overall. More importantly, we have seven student athletes that have signed NLIs with 4-year institutions for at least 50% rides. So that's pretty outstanding. We have 6 additional students that have offers and 2 that will be walk-ons. So we're moving on 15 student athletes to four-year institutions from our baseball team. That's the most we've had so far, and I think it's a testament to how well our baseball coach, Roger Christensen, is building the culture in our program. And most importantly, the team was a NJCAA academic All-American again this year. We had 19 students that had above a 3.5, 14 students that had above a 3.75, and 3 students that had 4.0s. So we're really excited about the culture that we're building in our baseball program. Our softball program also had a wonderful year. We were second in the conference, made it to regionals. We were 19-11 overall. We had a first-year coach this year in Terry Warner. He's done an exceptional job and is building a remarkable team for next year. We're really excited with the direction that program is going. And they were also NJCAA All-Academic American, All-American as a team, which means as a team they had above a 3.25, which is pretty exceptional. The other 2 programs that we have, our men's golf team, I mentioned to you guys previously that they were having a phenomenal season. We did not end the season as phenomenal as we started. So we won every tournament up until the last 2. At regionals, we took 4th, so we didn't qualify for nationals. However, we are moving on 3 of our sophomores to four-year institutions. James Armbrust is going to Cleary. Ashton Golan and Jacob Zink are both going to SVSU on scholarships. And that is the most golfers that we've moved on. So we're excited about that as well. And then lastly, our women's golf team. This was the debut year for our women's golf team. We had 1 golfer as we sort of soft launch and get things going. It was Presley Riggs. She's actually our first early middle college student athlete that we've certified and gotten eligible. So that means she graduated this year and received her high school diploma and associate's degree at the same time. Pretty remarkable young lady. She hadn't played competitive golf before. She grew up in a golfing family and came out, played 1 year of competitive golf, and now is looking at 2 different full ride scholarship offers. So we're really excited about what that means for our women's golf program going forward. We think there's a great opportunity to move students on. So I think lastly, just thank you for all the continued support we've had. It's great seeing you guys at games and supporting us in all the ways that you do. So thank you.
Thank you. And now if we can have Chief Livingston.
Thank you, Dr. Beverly. Mr. Chairman, esteemed board. It's that time of year, everything's blooming, including my head. So please bear with me as I go through this health services and campus safety report. Starting out with the health services report, over the past month, we provided 1 tuberculosis test, 3 medical issues. A little closer. Okay. Thank you. Hearing and vision test, medical consult with Dr. Bush, and a physical exam by the nurse practitioner ward. I don't know if we've mentioned this before, but we do participate, the health services participates in a drug collection program. Every quarter we collect drugs that people turn in that they no longer use. It could be used by people who have since passed, or they've gone into remission, and we collect them out in front of the public safety and we turn those things in. And Lieutenant Mike Becker heads that up. We do a good job of collecting those drugs. It's usually about 35 pounds per quarter. And there's a certain system you have to follow according to DEA protocols and things like that. So I don't know if that's ever been mentioned before, but it's a pretty good program, and we do a pretty good job with that. Before the May 11th, 2023 expiration of the federal COVID protocols, we had 1 reported positive COVID test. And in turn, we reported that to the Genesee Health Department. And as a result of the expiration of the federal COVID protocols, Mott College has changed the way we report things. We'll no longer distribute personal protection equipment in public and classroom spaces, or require campus community to report positive COVID tests or report them on a daily basis as we have been. And we will no longer provide thermal temperature readings in health services. It seems counterintuitive, but actually there are other methods that are even more accurate than the thermal. We will continue, though, to provide or encourage frequent hand washing, encourage people to stay home if they're not feeling well, hand sanitizer, and continue to employ air filtration systems that meet established safety standards, and eliminate air pathogens with the use of HVAC ionization units in all campus buildings. That's pretty, I'm sorry.
So I need to make a correction. We are still distributing personal protection equipment until it is used up. We have
Okay.
stock loads of that, and so what went out to you, if you read your email, is that that's one of the things that we are still doing, so.
Okay, well, I stand corrected. Thank you. Any questions on the health services report at all? Moving on to the campus safety report, over the course of the last month, we've responded to the following incidents: community assist, malicious destruction of property, 5 medical responses, 1 malicious mischief, which involved an expulsion of a student, 7 larceny from motor vehicles. Actually, there was 3 incidents involving 7 thefts. 5 information reports, and we had 1 timely warning regarding an incident that occurred in Flint within a mile radius of the school. I want to highlight a few of those these incidents. First one was the community assist. On May 18th, we were contacted by Pierce Elementary School. They had an issue with some students who weren't feeling well, lightheadedness, nauseous. So the principal called us to see if we could house them until their parents picked them up. Mott Community College is a relocation center for that school in case of incidents such as this. So there were 4 buses of students that were that made their way to the Ballinger Field House, which is our relocation center for them, and they stayed there until their parents picked them up. Quite a good cooperation. We really haven't done that before with them. Everything went well on both ends, and I know that talking to some of the parents and the staff, they were appreciative of being able to use our facilities for that. There was a medical incident on May 16th I wanted to highlight because the officer did a really good job with it. There was a woman over at the Wagner building, had a seizure, and when the officer got there, the initial seizure had subsided. She was conscious and alert, but then she went into a second seizure, which is was more violent than the first one. The officer actually wrapped herself around that individual, because there's a small lobby in that area where she had the convulsion, and just to keep her from hitting her head or injuring herself in any other way, which was really outstanding if you think about it. Not too many people are going to wrap themselves around another human being who's in a violent seizure. So the officer did a good job there. I'm going to come back to that in a little bit. The biggest incidents we have involved larceny from autos. 3 separate incidents. One was at RTC, one was at the facilities where 5 bus catalytic converters were stolen, and another incident at H-Ramp where another catalytic converter was stolen. So 7 total catalytic converters were stolen. And how did that happen? Since 2019, catalytic converter thefts have increased almost 500% across the country because of the precious metals involved in the manufacturing of catalytic converters. It's not unusual. I know it's unusual for Mott, especially to have 5 taken off of a bus. We looked at some of the footage in that area there. We identified some areas where we're going to take a look at maybe improving in either the lighting or the camera positioning, fixing fences, things like that, so it doesn't happen again. That incident was, well, it was a big incident for us, and we've changed some practices with that. If an individual is looking to steal a catalytic converter, it's just a crime of opportunity, and that's basically what it is. Generally, the people involved in that have an underlying drug addiction in most cases, not all, but most cases, and that's what feeds that. They get anywhere from $50 to $250 per converter, depending on the size of them, and in turn, they use that money for whatever they need it for. Some of the things that we've indicated that we found, the lighting in the area where the buses were parked was not adequate enough. So we're looking at possibly increasing the lighting there. Repositioning cameras, maybe installing new cameras that are closer to the areas where these buses are parked, and any other vehicles that are accessible. One of the incidents that we had was at RTC. That was an incident where we were able to use our cameras to identify a suspect, and with the use and the help of the GAIN unit, which is the Genesee County Auto Theft Unit, we were able to identify a suspect. He is now in custody at the Genesee County Jail. We have not had a chance to talk to him yet about his role in the catalytic converter thefts, other than the one at RTC. We would know that he was involved in that one. But as far as the buses and the other one that we had at the H-ramp. So we're hoping to talk to him tomorrow, see if we can take care of that as far as closing those out. We're still going to continue to maintain a presence on main campus, redeployed officers from different areas to train and patrol the areas of where vehicles are located, ramps, RTC, the facilities, and things like that. One of the issues we had was the gate operation at Ops Center. It was decided that we were going to offer training to supervisors who work the weekend shifts, so they have better access of opening and closing the gates as they're needed for sports teams and any other individuals that need to get into the facilities on weekends. Again, the suspect, we're hoping to talk to that individual. One of the things I wanted to highlight, I'd mentioned earlier that medical issue with the officer that did a good job. That officer actually was assigned to Wagner Building, left Wagner Building, trying to reallocate officers. Left Wagner Building, usually on the hour to go and take a look at patrolling the campus, look for a catalytic converter activity. And when that seizure incident came out over the radio, she was able to make it back and take care of that. So we're trying to do our best to reallocate officers and put more emphasis on patrols on the main campus and be able to respond to calls for service. Another thing, on May 11th, 2023, the Department of Public Safety monitored a radio call in Flint where there was a homicide less than a mile from the campus. We were able to put out a timely warning on that incident per the Gene Cleric disclosure of campus safety security policy. So we put that out in a timely manner for everybody. And that's all I have for my report. Does anybody have any questions or comments?
Are there any questions?
You guys hear me? Okay.
Yes.
I just want to make a comment to you. Last weekend, my son was up at his dad's business with 9 other people. He was teaching a class up there. and there was multiple gunshots. So he had called 911, and they said there's no available officers. He called the Michigan State Police, no available officers. So these people were older people. One of them had a panic attack. So my son called the Mott police. Within minutes, this guy's name is John Cahey, I
Yes.
believe. He came, and not only did he stay, he walked everybody to their vehicle to make sure that they were safe. And he had no idea that I was the trustee here, but he didn't have to do that. He went out of his way, and every single one of those people that were there are so appreciative. So please tell him thank you so much from us.
I'll do that, and I will say, we have an awesome police department. I've been attending gun violence meetings the last couple months, and there was a map they had for violent and nonviolent crimes that have occurred in the last 2 years in Flint. Looking at that map, Mott Community College was like an oasis in the desert. No, it's the safest place in Flint. Really, if you look at that map and all the dots that were on there. So we do our best. Unfortunately, with some of the things that happen around here, we try to get out right away. But it's still the safest place, and we do have the best police department, in my opinion, in this area. So I'm proud of them.
I have a question.
Yes.
You talked about the cameras at the facilities.
Yes.
Do we have somebody watching the cameras on third shift?
They have the capability of watching cameras on the third shift, but they're not going to sit there and watch cameras for the shift. It's better just to patrol. If we find something or we have an issue that would encourage somebody to look at the cameras, we can certainly have that capability. All the supervisors know how to get on the system and look at the cameras, see what they can see. That's how we found that individual at the RTC, went back later on, because it's all recorded, we can go back to it, identified him, took that photo to GAIN unit. They identified him right away as being a very active catalytic converter thief. That's how we were able to identify him.
Thank you. You also mentioned redeploying officers.
Yes.
Do we have enough officers?
You never have enough officers. I don't care where you are. You know, some people like to hear it, some people don't. But we're in the process of hiring 2 new officers that's been posted on various sites. That's certainly going to help us out with, especially, we should have them all trained and everything else by the fall. They'll be here hopefully before then, but as far as trained and allocated to certain shifts, we'll have that by then. So
Thank you.
it is in the works.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you.
Madam President?
That concludes my president's report.
Next on the agenda is the chair request. Number 1, proposed budget for professional development for year 2024. Just so you know, I didn't request this. This showed up when Jeff and I were at the meeting. So if you've got it, you should all have a copy of it this evening. When I went through it and looked at it, there was a concern that I have. I think it's light. I think we should budget for everyone to go to any of these events. Whether we go or not, we just budget, and then if we don't use it, the money goes back in. That would pump that number up to 58,766. That's just a thought on my part, that everybody should have the opportunity to attend any of these events. Does anyone have any questions, concerns? Okay, thank you. The calendar that you received. Yes.
So you would like the budget of 32,000 in professional development moved up to 58,700 in professional development.
You know, when you start adding all of that, as well as for the courses that would be available from the Michigan Association of School Board, it ends up at 62,931. Now, having said that, Michael Freeman and Art might go, we've been here for years, we don't need to take these classes. And so they wouldn't have to. So that's not an expense we'll have. And Sue might not be able to go, so there wouldn't be those. But just the opportunity to offer everyone to have it, to go, that's what I'm suggesting.
So I guess because of, we have to have the budget process completed, I need to be definitive on what I'm hearing.
Okay.
So it's $32,000 is what we have put in the budget for this year, for next year, actually. So what you're wanting the board to do is to say that you're going to want $58,000 put in the budget for professional development, and it is to attend ACCT, AACC, MCCA, and take any MASB courses.
Yes, but when you're looking at that, the 58,766, so you can peek at mine, only encompasses those. So when you took 7 for that, that adds another 4165 for 62,931.
So you want it moved up to 62,931.
What I'm asking the board is, what's the pleasure of the board? Do we want to allocate that in the budget? Then it's there. Or if we have to, we just say, hey, we're going to have to get more money. So I'm looking for input now. Would anyone like to speak on this?
Well, as Trustee Wolcott, she took time and articulated like what her training needs are, and I have no problem with that. I think that's great, and it's something that you desire to improve your skill sets. I think that's, I fully support that. Will everybody do the same amount of training? Probably not. We already have the stuff for, our national affiliations where board members go and they go to trainings and whatnot, but I see no reason why not, why we shouldn't honor Trustee Wolcott's request as well. Anyone, I guess if I'm fully in support of anyone who wants to actually do some professional development as well. We are a volunteer board, and we want to do our job better, and it's not too much to ask, so.
I would like to point out for this evening's meeting, I thought every one of us did a really good job. We've all articulated our positions. We've been very thoughtful and insightful. That's really nice. But getting back to this about professional development, is everybody else okay with that number of 62,931? Seeing no opposition to it, Madam President, that's what we'd like to place in the budget for that. Thank you. Item number 3, we've taken care of that. The June meeting and retreat, we've talked about where we're going with that. There was another item that Jeff and I talked with the president about, and it's the State of the College address. It is required by the Michigan Community College Act, and it's something that we need to look at for the future. Whether it's done in June or at another time, we need to have a presentation of where the college is at and where we're going for the future. So I wanted to make each of you aware that that discussion did take place with the president, and we'll look at that and talk about it for the future. Comments from the board? Art?
You missed the calendar.
Oh, I'm sorry, there was one other thing, the calendar. Does everybody have their calendar? There's been, just so you're aware, the ones that have been changed, the only one that I'm concerned about right now is November 27th, because the committee meetings would take place on the 23rd, or not the 23rd, but the 22nd. Thanksgiving is on the 23rd this year. So we might need to do something about that, just so it's on your radar. Make a little note on there for that, in case you guys want input. Anything else, Madam President? Okay. Comments from the board. Trustee Art.
Yeah, it's always good to, the kudos that the students and staff get, and it's always heartening to me to see the success stories that we're providing. And Al, I want to thank you for the work that you guys are doing in the athletic program, and we're feeding student athletes to the four-year system. And I think that that's just awesome. And the information that we get, while sometimes is unsettling, it's important that we remember, the reason we're here. And, but I want to thank everybody who made presentations today, and thank you, Dr. Beverly, for the work that you're doing.
Trustee Freeman.
So I'd just like to say congratulations to Workforce Development and the grant writers who got us the Youth Build program. I think that's fantastic. I've been involved with Youth Build for many years, and it's a fantastic program. So I'm very happy to see the great work that Workforce Development is doing. And also, I'm just elated at the good news on enrollment, that it's going up. And hopefully this is a trend we'll continue to see. And that's thanks to thanks to the, all the people on campus who are making this happen. And so we're a benefit to the community, and we're benefiting lives of our students. So it's great. Thank you.
Trustee Daly.
I'm like Trustee Freeman. I'm glad to see the news on the enrollments, and I hope that continues. That's our way out of the forest, and that's all I have to offer.
Thank you. Yes.
Same thing, what Trustee Daly and Freeman said. Also, thank you guys for supporting me with the MASB classes. I'm looking forward to, I've taken 4 so far, 3 which were free, and then 1 so far that was a 5-hour course that is going towards the certification. So I have 8 more to go, and I'm going to work hard on this. Thank you, guys.
Trustee Swanson.
I would like to just talk a minute about the predicament we were in with the software. I wish we'd been notified sooner. Wish we would have had more time to look at this, because we were put in a bad spot. Now, Trustee Daly's right. Due diligence on that and the fiduciary responsibility, but again, we couldn't put the college at risk either. And I would hope that we figure out what the heck went wrong, and not to blame anybody, but just to make sure that this doesn't happen again, because that's a no-win situation. Thank you.
Thank you. There's one other thing that I need to ask them before we go forward.
Could I please say something?
Yes.
Thank you. So I think we all would have liked to have had the information sooner. It was something that just came up, and this really is as soon as we could get it to you. It wasn't like we knew it ages ago. We relied on trying to get this negotiated down. We thought it would happen because we've been able to do that before, and it didn't. And so all that was left and all we had left was bringing it to the board. And, you know, when you all heard it, that was, the meeting had just taken place where that had happened. You know, I can't put things on a timetable, I wish I could, but until it came forward, that's when we started moving on it. And I know we put you all in a bad place. It put all of us in a bad place. Nobody wants to do that. Trust me on that one. We don't have money like that. We're taking a 4% cut in our budget. And yet, we have to ensure that we make the correct decisions so that our students, our employees have what they do for technology. And mistakes were made, and I understand that. When they pushed the button to upgrade, they had no idea that they were pushing the button that said that we are now going to be charging you. I don't even know if those people still work for us that did that, because that was 2 years ago when they did that. So I thank you for at least keeping us out of jeopardy. I hope it never happens again. I know Cheryl will do her due diligence, but I can't say that when we have corporations that do business in a way that is a sleight of the hand, that we won't get caught. I cannot say that. So here we are. Thank you. And we brought it as soon as we could. Thank you.
For the June meeting, which is a planning retreat, do we want to do it during the day or the evening? And we pretty much have seen what we're going to have. I think it's an evening meeting. But if you guys want it during the day, so I'm looking for input, what do you guys want to do? What's the pleasure of the board? John, what's your thought?
Do it during the day.
During the day? Okay. Wendy? Day?
I'm good either way.
Okay. Art?
I'll be there either way.
Okay. Michael, I know you work, and most of the stuff you know. Okay. So, Madam President, we will plan this for during the day, and you and I will get together and talk about this soon. And then we'll let everybody know. The other thing that I would like to bring up, which you guys have the flyer for it, is the 100th anniversary at the McCree Theater. Thank you very much. Now,
I was going to say that we usually have the retreat, if it's in the day, at noon to give people chances to do part of their jobs and all of that and then come. So it's noon until 4 or noon until 5, whichever you'd
Okay.
like.
okay. So noon's good for everyone? Okay. There is no scheduled plan for executive session, but I will ask, does anyone need to go into executive session? Seeing none, I will then adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much.